Lah, flash mana tuh?
Ah ya.
Too much. Dapat penting ada.
Aduh. Gue bingung anjing.
Lu di shatoran.
Iya, soalnya di situ nggak dijaga. Gue mau lihat mid.
Jaga.
B kan?
You
Ah.
powerless.
Kak.
Spike planted.
Ya flash.
Gatal gua.
Nice. Ke belakang.
You should run.
Aji ulti guys.
Kabur itu. Aduh.
One enemy remaining.
Side.
Last player standing.
Aduh. Main lagi di bang apa?
Nice.
Itu namanya.
Main api.
OP.
Mana?
Pojok
Tag.
sini.
Ah, di push dulu.
Pojok.
Belakang.
Ah.
Apa? Relax. Banyak duit sih.
Switchy here. Let's go already.
9.000 masih aja oke.
Ya, ganti.
Nggak boleh tamak jadi manusia. Ingat kata Somat.
Apa tuh?
Nggak tahu.
Apa katanya? Wah. Rasis nih orang.
Ini. Siapa
Aku
guys?
liatin sini tuh.
Oh, lu liatin.
Ya, smoke B.
Ramis.
Yes.
Kagak kena, lu ngeledek gua.
Memang nggak betul Vandal. 80.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Ini nih.
Aduh, 70.
Flash.
Spike planted.
Aduh, malah loncat.
Last player
Ah,
standing.
benar step mid anjing. Di mid.
Nese.
Ambil nih. Ya maaf. Dana
Ayo.
aku mau.
They are so dead.
Only
Sorry,
got
sorry.
enough for me.
Oh, dead.
All shipments marked for international delivery at 1009 must be re-inspected and signed off on by
Ini, kalau ada aku flash pick ya.
before loading.
Oh, ada sih. Oh, berdua double pick. Oke.
Enggak, kalau ada aku flash kita.
Bring them down.
Aduh, ada dong.
Ada.
Kemana tuh lilinya?
Nyangkut.
Bring them down.
Hai.
Dia nunggu di belakang, Cok. Lah.
Nightmare, take them!
Kalau udah jauh aku di sini, anjir lah.
Masuk mid.
Scatter.
Tolong. Oke ya, planting. Ada
Spike planted.
Horror nih.
kaget gua anjing. Game horror emang. Ah. Gak bisa gua kasih tenang apa? Bangsat.
Last player standing.
Wah, kayak gua itu.
Fix banget ya.
Itu tenang udah. Jalan yang lain.
Saya nama Be. Mana lian?
Tuh.
Gua
Tuh.
Kayak ada suara di mid.
ada yang dekat ya.
Di mid.
Okay, which time to fix this time?
Bang, Bob, pack OP lagi tak?
Oke.
Saran gua masih chamber. Pack OP.
Kome.
Ope. Nah, gue minta dong. Bang Apek. Tengok
Alright,
Apek.
guys. Iya.
Aku udah.
Mid.
Low kayaknya.
My ultimate's ready.
Aduh. Lagi.
Bisa ulti.
Mid dah. Waduh. Kita ada ya.
Flash.
Spike planted.
Watch your eyes.
Aduh, ke flash pada dia.
Aduh.
Ada yang dari mid.
Aduh. Lu lihat kanan edit. Wah, mati.
Last player
Wah, bener
standing.
kan?
Sebelah, sebelah,
Play.
sebelah.
Lu jangan pindah bro, situ aja.
Agak, gue gak enak banget patah.
Match point.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Gak tahu mau susah jaga ya.
Bagi gue anjing. Oke, itu kan. Kapan nih? Reja.
Let's go.
Ada di.
Ya. Ayo.
Bandelah. Delapan puluh dit. Gak dapet.
Wah,
Without a start,
Sudah,
obscuring vision.
pertahannya.
Banyak ya.
Kebedit.
Wih, anjing cok.
Last player standing.
bidang kiki guys.
Spike planted.
Tarik.
Kira kita nggak bisa menang.
Tengen.
Ah, pedas.
Jadi menang dudulin Bang Ape per 14.
Hancur aja.
You want to play? Let's play.
Di belakang.
Attackers win.
Kita 2 senti loh cowok di sini. Bagus anjing.
Iya.
Bagus ya.
Lamborghini tuh.
Ambur.
Gimana dit? Sekali lagi Pak Udan. Itu kan besok gawe.
Ayo.
Ayo, last berarti ini.
Boleh. Udah lah. Sunset apa cuma kerja anjing.
Mengerikan.
Susah cok. Nggak bisa nge-flank juga gua.
Besok ada di KW guys.
Iya, yang gawe mah pada sombong truk-truk gawe anjing. Pepek.
Apa sih?
Lu gak tahu deh pengangguran.
Lu gawe gua nganggur tuh.
Kagak enak anjing, kagak ada duit. Lagi dit lemparin dit satu dit, gak ada temennya gue gabut banget. Rokoknya TF dit.
Hah?
Rokoknya TF.
Ini nih. Goblok 2 kali nggak ketangkap.
Mana sih? Oh. Lu ngelemparnya nggak ikhlas.
Itu gua ngelempar udah pelan anjing gak gua. Indo.
Udah jam 11
Dapat
postingnya. Biasa posting jam 11 tuh.
batuk, udah batuk rokok mulu anjing.
Kagak.
Match found.
Nah ini baru map anjing.
Ini baru mah. Didas nih. Yang udah-udah kan biasanya didas aja.
Jangan lah tuh. Gaskeun.
Wow.
Oh apa tuh?
Apa ya?
Ya boleh.
Ay, sumber gari kudu ya. Kau di sini ya.
2 set apa ya?
Pas.
Tuh.
Ya lah udah.
Pakai.
Di santet.
Mana ya? Santet. Kita santet orang nih. Abi kita santet.
Anjing.
Terus kan. Iniesta Maldini nih.
Apa?
I've already sorted.
42 nih.
Nesta Maldini.
Masih.
Nesta Maldini.
Adit Ibrahimovic ya.
Ya.
Iya. Single
Macam
striker.
Milan anjing.
Iya.
Apa bro?
Single striker.
Pirlo gitu. Pirlo.
Ya, Pirlo.
Hah? Gelandang, inisiator. Yang lembek-lembek tapi mengerikan.
Iya lo anjing.
Oh, itu bukan Pirlo, De Jong. Tukang bantai.
Aduh. Kayak jadi Maguire nih satu nih kita nih.
Gua. Ntar gue moli ya.
Maguire.
Orang lagi ngedev gue moli.
Cita. Mati ini kok mau jaguar anjing.
Ini gue bagus kan Dit.
Kok. Bau. Kutukan patur anjing habis ganti nama, Bang.
Gue ganti lama aja bang ini.
If this town had let me install my defense matrix, we wouldn't have to be here.
Musuhnya yang ini anjing.
Oh well, I'll clean this up myself.
Nggak usah lah ya.
Santino satu-satu lah.
Aku kah?
Itu udah di.
Wah.
Aji udah setup capek-capek.
Wah, ini orang.
Cabut, habis cabut. Ah itu lebih enak dia aku.
Rebutan
Kayaknya lebih enak di P, Cok.
side. Udah enggak apa-apa, musuhnya enggak expect.
Gak ada.
Nih gue dapat 3 Dit pakai klasik nih.
Min aja dulu.
3 peluru keluar.
Berarti mau 3 peluru nih.
Udah.
Placing alarm bot.
Ah ya. Jet masuk.
Wah.
Target destroyed.
Keras banget tadi ngerenanya.
Dua di situ.
Recalling my bot.
Di wall.
Ending.
Spike planted.
Battle out.
Satu.
Bedroom satu.
One enemy remaining.
Bedroom.
Di push ada wall. Push ada wall. Jagain. Ya.
Lah di belakang.
Kan gua bilang bedroom.
Enggak percaya
Ya.
sama.
Kan.
Percaya.
Ribut dah lu, ribut. Serif dah tuh.
Here.
Pade.
Dua sentinel tidak saling mengerti, Cok.
Good. Analyze, then
Bape.
improve.
Gak percaya info gua mati sama orang bed nih
Enggak.
anjay.
Aku denger step dari sini anjir.
Jadi bed.
Udah.
Enggak di sini.
Aku mati dari bed, Bang.
Apa di belakang ya?
Udah gelandang. Di gelandang pada Jok kemarin ha.
Iya.
Kalian bantu.
Placing alarm bot.
Parahnya jaga lem
Keep
anjing.
it cool. That's how you survive.
Mati gua.
Turret
Iya,
out.
Cok. Enak. Gitu doang. Info.
Belum ada.
Belum. Sini ya. Oh, guys, mati satu.
Multiple
110
enemies B.
nggak mati. Babi. Brimstone anjing.
Hai.
Spike down B.
Ah.
One enemy remaining.
Info
Oh,
masih.
itu dia.
Gua nggak mau info anjing.
Oh, awas lu. Gak mau bantu anjing.
You're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
Wah, ke A nih.
Turret out.
Aja musuh siapa anjing?
Bang Apex A-nya ketinggalan. Marah-marah.
Ada Deceiver.
Reloading.
Placing swarm grenade.
Aduh, kenapa masih?
Launching smoke.
Udah gas aja tadi cuk Sage. Kok di belakang tadi Sage.
Anjing nggak bisa nih gue main sabar gini kan.
Placing swarm grenade.
Ada A.
Kena tuh.
30 seconds left.
Hai.
Wah, bed.
Oh, dua-duanya.
Bed ya?
Satu.
Satu.
That's done. Spike
Dah,
planted.
Spot.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade.
Di balik wall ada senjata. Bro.
Swarm grenade out.
Last player standing.
Aduh, di
Bang Apex
pojok.
ngecek corner.
Enggak, ini sih. Kan nampak di situ emang dia.
Killjoy.
Nggak nampak.
Paling clear tadi pojok itu, makanya nggak cek lagi.
Gak kelihatan. Ada ini nih, ada
Tembok
kotak.
tembok.
Ajay. Enggak nih, boleh lah ya sekali.
Placing sentry.
Boleh.
I need a drop.
Aku sayang.
Alarm bot out.
Apa?
Kalau mau sih.
Nice.
Babi, tungguin.
Hati-hati Ben atur.
Aduh, kena blinding
Anjir.
semua itu, Cok.
Mau tarik.
3 orang,
Aku rotate ya
51.
atur.
Aduh, bolong.
Ada.
Kena 60. Jet 51.
Kayak kali ya. Susah banget sih.
Turret
Ini,
destroyed.
Udah lah, gue tunggu. Dah, hold.
Rotate deh, Bok.
Dah,
Ya.
tuh ngambil senjataku dia.
Rena sini ya. Nice, Jet sini.
Gue semok dulu Bang Bob.
Ya.
Habis ya.
30
smoke,
seconds left.
Sini ya. Sini.
Bang. Oke, komit.
Found them. Swarm grenade out. Placing sentry.
Beacon down.
Penting.
Oke, gimana tuh?
Spike planted.
Dua.
Goblok.
Abang-abangan.
Ngui, Bu.
Last player
Waduh,
standing.
pojok.
Satu dit.
Kagak beli gua.
Bisa nih ninja diffuse.
Macam. Oh,
Enti Adit.
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just
yes. Ramai
Gua
banget.
HP, ke dong HP.
Alah,
Eh.
bering di alah. Nanti kita rotate bering.
Get out of my way! Turn out!
Sini ya. Itu ke sini, feelingku bener.
Phone sih, waduh. Lele.
Cetes.
Reloading! Turn down! Enemy spotted A!
Nih.
reloading.
Here!
Spike planted.
Ini dekat nih.
Hot shot. Reloading.
Dalam gas malas aku sorti.
Aduh,
Dekat nih
gua
Rena
nggak ada
nih.
yang kelem kalian ya.
Reloading.
Dalam sorti.
Reloading!
Aduh kasih slow.
Wah.
Oh di smoke situ tuh anjing.
Itu.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. Imagine if I died right
Last player standing.
Funny. Nice bongkok. Ayo lagi.
Kena nggak?
Dapat.
Thrifty.
Iya.
Wow.
How about I only bring a ruler
Wede.
next time?
Kurang dekat, maju lagi.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Berapa, Bang?
100.
HP, Pak.
Hah? Hah?
Berapa ah?
Oh ya ini.
Gua ngerti bahasa lu apaan.
Oh.
Benda yuk.
Bang HP.
Turn out.
Kasih waktu 30 menit anjing. Ah,
Lele guys. Ini aja lah.
Placing alarm bomb.
Anjir nih orang. Psikopat nih.
Here. Initiated.
Masuk sini. Rotate nggak sih?
Masuk.
Enggak
Rotate satu,
nggak
rotate
jadi.
satu, rotate satu.
Aduh, bilang satu.
rotate.
Satu.
Ambil lor.
Area's clear.
4, 1. Mid 1.
Dua yang kena ulti gua anjir.
Nice bong.
Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Oh ya.
Oh. Nggak apa-apa, tidak ada yang sia-sia.
Come on. Get
Wah,
me in the line of
bercahaya nih
fire.
Vandal nih.
Sombong ya.
Wah.
Beliin tuh HP.
Sombongnya.
Cahaya Vandal kita.
Placing sentry.
Sombongnya. Sombongnya.
Sombong.
Now out.
Pak beneran. Chat bertahan. Ada yang
Di sini di hall.
Wah, pas lagi. Boleh lagi gua. Babi. Nah, Dit.
Wes, jadi
Wah.
gitu, Cok.
Udah baik lagi.
Di
You
fountain.
will
smoke-nya
not
mati.
kill my allies.
Siapa tuh?
Itu di sini.
Dia.
Oh
Di-
iya.
di-
iya. Bobok ke B nih.
Jet fountain 3 yang di B. Brim nggak tahu di mana.
Ayo Dit, mau ke mana Dit? Di gangsing.
Oh, masuk.
Masuk Kak.
Masuk
Lam,
kan?
lam, lam.
Spike down
Bang
A.
Bob. Ayo lagi
One
Bang Bob.
enemy remaining.
Tahu
Lagi Bang Bob.
Nggak tahu di mana.
Lem kayaknya.
Ya itu
Eh.
dia.
Beneran.
Aduh, dia
Ada
kamera.
kamera anjing.
Aduh.
Mau double pick.
Di pakai
30 seconds left.
Kita hati-hati Bang.
Digin.
Tur kayak dia.
Pakai masih di TP.
Nice. Alah, Mak.
Digin deh.
Trapnya taruh dalam aja bang Bu.
Ah, ya. Di dalam, Man.
Dalam bed.
Di dalam.
Tadi
Dalam bed.
Bang Bobnya kamera ke depan.
Mau
mau
gue jadi
Gari.
Maguire nih.
Right there.
Mau gue
Ya, ya, ya.
kemana?
Nanti aja kalau udah.
Placing alarm bot.
Ini kan ya.
Dalam sini aja nih.
Careful there.
Oh, oke.
Jadi ketahuan kalau ada di dalam. Oh gitu nggak tahu. Arahan.
Adalah. Weh, headshot.
Anjay. Lupa beli trap itu lagi aku.
Rena bi.
Ya, ya.
Oh,
Turret destroyed. Bomb grenade out.
Aduh kena dong gua.
Mantap.
Oh.
Spotted B.
Nice, Dit. Tan gue Dit.
Spraynya di mana? Dalam kan?
belum.
Mau ke tengah lagi guys, lari.
Tadi di UK banyak
Ayo.
anjir. Oh ya kak. Ya belakang dulu yuk.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Nice.
And our
Ya,
job
kemana
gets
dia,
a
anjir?
whole lot easier.
Sekarang kan lu bisa TP.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Gak TP lagi anjing, malu banget.
Memang ini please GG.
GG kali.
Ya. Dan maju aja udah.
Iya.
Placing
Apalagi kalau ada ultinya.
Siapa? Mau Bang Apek di ulti?
Mau?
Mana lah Bang?
Mau?
alarm bot out.
Mana? Oh enggak lah. Jauh. Sangat jauh.
Oke,
Ada
jatuh
yang
gua.
ngacurin kamera gue.
NTT.
Ngantuk ini mah sabar banget.
Give.
Wah, anjir.
Well Akbar tuh.
Mengerikan sekali bapak-bapak tuh, Cok.
Enak
Tuh
ya.
beko.
Earning dia.
Bed ya.
Lagi main belakang aja udah mampus lah main belakang.
Jangan deh.
Tuh, ya.
Anjir.
Maju yuk. Tungguin.
Wih,
Ya,
TP tuh.
aku tungguin. Tungguin B.
Depan kotak gua ya. Depan sini nih. Kotak jet.
Aduh, timing
Oh,
kali
bagus
itu.
ini.
Pip.
One
adik.
enemy
Lagi, Bang.
remaining.
Brim,
Fuck.
Brim, depan Bang Bob.
Spike
Lobby.
down A. 30
Satu
seconds
lah.
left.
Satu laut.
Woi.
Oh
Waduh.
iya, habis peluru, Cok.
Ya.
Nggak boleh ikut lu anjing.
Oh, nggak cahaya lagi dong.
Anjing.
Let's get back out.
Dit. Bercahaya nih. Bercahaya.
Coba tur pakai. Tur,
Wah.
pakai tur.
Erak giliran
Jir.
gue bercanda aja.
Fuck.
Giliran gue bercanda gitu tadi.
Apa? Hah?
Abang apa cok?
Get out of my way!
Habis makan mie mabuk dah.
Ganja.
Ganja.
Ini Pak.
Aja, mie ganja dong.
Oh. Ajar di.
OTW.
Aduh gak mau dibantu coba Mas. Kadang
Aduh, di flash lagi aku anjir. Ah,
One enemy remaining.
anjay gak ada apa-apa dibully tuh orang.
sorry Pak.
Kenapa di flash?
Sengaja cok.
Bisa dapat 2 lagi
The
aku.
tank is only as good as their
Gak percaya.
That, we have
Wah.
some beats.
Bentem Bang Ape.
Flash.
Bentem.
Hah?
Bentem.
Ini. Oh, Phantom.
And everything was so open.
Anjir, di flash lagi.
Gue mau nge-kill dong anjing. Gue megang apa sekali. Jadi
Ya.
ambil lah.
Slow semua itu.
Turn out.
Ini piaraan gua. Awas lu deh dia anjing.
Bang Ape tolong aku.
Nggak ada aku tolong
Jaga
lagi ya.
piaraan gua.
Kanan.
Long.
Ya,
long.
iya. Masuk.
Orang itu dendam sama aku.
Masuk ya.
Bang Ape, awas.
Face your fear!
Ganti nggak?
Plan.
Lain.
Spike planted.
TP1.
Enemy. Oh,
Low, Sage low 120.
Wah, duanya di situ.
Satu yang TP.
Iya,
Satu
sengaja
TP.
gua biar dia masuk TP. 2 orang backset.
TP satu.
Kaget gua, goblok.
TP1 dari ini.
One
Bisa.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ya, pojok muter ya.
Untung ada ulti
Last
sih.
round
Apa
before
tuh,
the
Cok?
switch.
Buat TP gak tuh.
Gak terima gua anjing. Giliran menang.
Saya tuh beliin panda.
Dendam Egyu orang nih. Kepus
mobil
lo
panda.
banyak.
Pangin sini.
Ya lu aja rek.
Hah?
Ya. Gue kan pandal itu anjing. Pandal
Udah.
ikan.
Sigi mabuk ya?
time for a field. Placing alarm bot.
Mabuk ya?
Nyala.
Hah?
Mabuk ya?
Mau coba.
Hah?
Kita mau coba nge.
Tur.
Ya langsung dikejar gua. Kayaknya perlawanan terakhir. Ya,
Anjing.
You will not kill my allies.
Mati. Nggak dapet kok.
Ping goblok.
Bang Ape mau maju. Baru aku stun nih.
Jangan,
Wah, apa
ketahuan
bayar
nanti,
dah.
ketahuan. Spike drop soalnya.
Aku stun lurus enggak?
Jangan.
Stun lurus. Stun lurus udah ketahuan abang itu.
Yalah, ketahuan ku hold aja nih.
Di bed ada di bed.
Ya ini lagi ke bed.
Bed ada 2. Hati-hati shorty.
Pergi.
Ouch.
Ini ada nih.
One enemy
My
remaining.
ultimate is ready.
Nah, info gua akurat kan. B2.
Betul.
Wait.
Switching sides.
Kalau diperjelas anjing. Males gua.
I'm not getting the message.
Mantap
Leave it to me.
tuh.
I'll rough them up.
Enggak gua kasih smoke tuh. Masuk simpus dulu.
Nah ini terus gimana nih Bang Ape?
Mati gua.
Oh, lewat ya.
Siapa yang lurking?
Lewat, Bang.
Lu setup A sama B.
Lewat, Bang.
Hana lewanan.
Lewat.
Enggak. Lewat.
Kunang uwan.
Lewat, Bang.
Enggak. Pas nyangkut ke
Nah, nah.
kepala bang.
Reloading.
Topinya nyangkut. Topi.
Topi kalau yang ada topi nih.
Nyangkut juga.
Peaks
Enggak
now.
juga.
Itu juga baretnya nyangkut. Nah, baretnya nyangkut.
Kalau nunduk kagak itu.
Nah, baret dulu lah.
Ada nih ya.
Masuk ya itu. Lihat.
Fully smoked. Taken down.
Ada tuh ya,
Lari
anjir.
Placing sentry.
Aku kena
Masih
ini.
kan di situ ya, baru gua mau molly.
Bikin.
Spike planted.
Lagi sini.
Lagi dekat tank, belakang tank. Lagi belakang tank ya.
Waduh, serep bangsat.
Nah, itu hal itu.
Sex bot. destroyed.
Slow. Jelek.
Last player standing.
Aduh, mati lu. Mana gua.
Kanan 2 tuh.
Ya tadi box dulu.
One enemy remaining.
Nope itu
Eh,
Rena.
Jay.
Hei,
Rena nope.
Maju ini.
hei, ngomong dia.
Lo setengah. Dapat.
Meledak.
Dapat.
Meledak.
Kabur aja tur.
Dikit lagi
Ya,
ya, terus abang
ah.
nambah lagi. Di sini kita.
Ping.
They think they're so secure.
Ya, berat banget, gua gede dia tadi.
Wah,
Oh, itu motor tuh.
anjir motor dalam warnet anjir ngeber.
Anjir berapa cc itu kan? 500 lebih itu ya.
5.000.
Diembernya di dalam warnet anjir.
Ban bakarnya pakai aftur anjing.
5.000. Motor GP tuh 5.000.
Ayo lu Bang Ape.
Pick dong woi. Tolong. Help me. Oh,
Dong keluar. Kayak
anjir cuma mau masuk sini dia anjir.
Semua
lah.
ada habis satu, semua ada udah habis satu di BR.
Alat.
Jadi Bang Ape.
Gua kaleng ya.
Ah, mati lu.
Nah,
Anjir.
ada Marcel di
Tahan,
atas smoke.
cek.
Pane.
Woi, Leo.
Salah.
Now we're cooking.
Nice trade.
No.
Spectre nih, Spectre.
Kita truk.
Spike down A.
Ada nih.
Ya,
Last player standing.
timingnya pas banget aja.
One enemy remaining.
Flank.
Iya, flank.
Down.
Anjir Bang Ape, run and gun. P90. 1, 2, 3 swing.
30 seconds left.
Ya. 125.
Ten.
They try the same old tricks. Reloading.
Aku cover kan. Let's go.
Aku main long ah.
Ayo, salah lagi feeling gua nih, guys.
Rush them.
Bangkut.
Reload man. Reload. Kok enggak ngapain sembunyi aku?
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ah, mana tuh?
Dia.
Kok enggak kupik dari
Ah.
tadi?
Kaget gua. Pegang
Tantang.
Dan dia go. Di line-nya.
Level begin ya.
Boleh.
Ngumpet aja.
Biar ini si Bob pick aja dulu.
Waktu aja, main waktu.
My eyes are down.
Nunggu defuse bro.
Last player
Itu
standing.
pun senjata kah Bob? Kulum.
Tukar joki dia.
Lagi nih, lagi, guys.
Ntar aja.
Ntar aja. Lu nggak boleh buang.
Kagak. Lu mati bentar lagi kak. Ada petualang juga.
Ntar aja.
Gua males nambah billing nih.
Sama.
Ntar aja.
Kasih saya 15 menit.
Ya hoki aja ya. Coba kalau dari Rena flick kena MB gitu ya anjing.
Oi, Adit.
Oh iya.
Dia lempar bom bot, aku lagi reload.
Iya gua lari-lari megang bom bot anjing. Tur.
Lagi
Don't
megang
overthink
iPad.
it. That's my job.
Soalnya yang di UK udah pada masuk.
Kaget.
Kena tuh. Kena kan tuh kan bodoh dia maju ke depan.
Nice, Bang. Oh.
Os kok. Ya udahlah.
Ada yang rotan nih ya.
Reyna killed. My ultimate is ready.
Di lem.
Sabar aku ulti.
Lem
Iya.
TP
Oke.
1.
TP enggak, Bang.
Aku TV.
Iya, gua kan dapat suara doang kan.
Initiated.
Mamam.
One enemy remaining.
Mamam.
Lah malah, Cok.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade.
Team A.
OP.
Ayo, fokus.
Ayo satu lagi guys, gua mau satu lagi.
Match point.
Let's finish this already.
Itu bro. Ah, jangan kayak orang suka dah. Tapi kayaknya udah ketahuan sih.
Bah.
Juga kan.
Gua nanya Iker dan apa? Biar menang.
Lama anjing.
Nah, satu.
Placing alarm bot. Terminated.
Dia belakang gua.
Lagi lem.
Placing swarm grenade.
Aduh reload. Lab.
You will not kill my ally.
Mantap, bagus.
Mamam.
Tag. Camera taken out.
Mungkin lo sih kayaknya nih.
Yo anjir. Atas wall.
Goblok.
Tank
Satu
satu.
lagi.
Oke.
Ente. Tuh, Bang Apek.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Last
Pojok,
player
pojok. Ya,
standing.
sabar.
Satu di ulti. Tutupan.
Prepare for hellfire.
Maju naik.
Fis. Jangan majuin aja dulu lah.
Lah, kelamaan
Lah,
motor,
kelamaan
goblok.
motor.
Mati. Ambil
Kelamaan.
obat,
Mak.
katanya mau kelar anjing.
Die. If you
Kalau
need
ditunggu
to
terus
bring out
kan maju.
help, just ask.
Jangan muter anjing maju B.
Darah udah.
Kagak, jangan rotate, tungguin anjing.
Gua tungguin ulti.
Iya,
Dia kalau ulti tetap di fuse abang maju. Setengah paling mentok.
iya. Tuh awas, coba panik banget anjing.
Let's flush them out.
Healing nih 10 menit lagi, ayo satu lagi yuk.
Wah, tadi
Get out of my
padahal.
way.
Aku sudah kelar anjing.
Oh kan.
Blinding.
Bro.
Enemy spotted me.
Oi. Bantu guys.
My ult's ready. Bomb buddy out. Placing swarm grenade.
Wah, mati dong.
Swarm grenade out.
Elbow jet.
Placing
Elbow.
Deket nih.
One enemy
Wah,
remaining.
mati lagi.
Low.
Bilang elbow.
Low dia low.
Juga lo. Ah, kabur.
Ini trap nih.
Bot out. Turret destroyed.
Lem.
Third
Bisa,
destroy.
bisa.
Udah, gua pengen menang.
Ya.
Ah, gitu deh.
Attackers win.
Udah lah.
Geo geo. Geo geo. Yo.
Emang harus kembali ke seri A, Cok.
Thank you.
Emang. Tapi jangan AC Milan juga, cik.
Iya.
Juventus dah.
Napoli dong.
Ventus lagi ya.
Juventus.
Oke. Thank you.
Thank you, Agio.
Loba. 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 Oh, nonton meeting aja kita.
Both my teammates, none of them really struggle with it. Easy Flash is probably the best MNK player in the world. Best, like, I've never seen anyone as good as he is. And Player K used to play sports professionally, so he knows pressure like the back of his hand. And I do not want to play LAN with anyone else. Those guys are so good.
I love that, man.
Okay,
And having
two-stage
confidence in your
group.
teammates like that, bro, that's the basis of good team play. You know, when you can trust somebody to swing that corner and get that knock, that's absolutely amazing. So, can you talk to us a little bit about the roles on the team and, you know, because the everyday viewer might not know too much about that. So, fill us in.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy Flash is our fragger, and he's probably one of the best players in the world at doing that. Despite being on MNK, which is like fragger is usually a controller dominated role, Easy Flash will like smoke anyone else. Like I have that faith in him. And Player K is probably one of the best support players in the world, and I'm just the IGL. I just do whatever I need to.
I love that. Well, I mean, as IGL, in my opinion, it's the most important role. You know, you're the Tom Brady of the team.
Yeah.
You got fourth quarter, 2 minutes left on the clock. You're down by 7. What are you going to do? You got to lead them up the field, right? So what do you think is your biggest hurdle, all right, from winning this championship right here in Birmingham, UK?
I think, believe it or not, it's going to be nerves. For me specifically, because I've always really struggled with pressure. I think if I have the confidence going into finals, I think we'll win. I think like there's just we are way too good to not be able to like just close it in. But personally, I have choked a lot under pressure, and as long as I can get through that, I'm confident like my teammates will just carry me to a win.
I love that, man. Well, they're going to need you. They're going to need you absolutely locked. But based on what I just saw there, you know, you have everything you need, right? And it looked like you had all the confidence in the world, man. So it blows my mind that you're, you know, a little iffy about that. But I think that's the first step in becoming better, right? Whether it's being a better person, a better player, that's the first step. What would winning this championship mean to you, mean to your teammates, mean to your family?
I mean, winning would just mean absolutely everything. It's like every competitor's goal to like finally win when you're competing against the best of the best, right? And this is where it really matters. I mean, I wouldn't even know, like, I'd be way too happy, you know? I don't know. Winning is just the goal.
Dude, I love that. Crowd's loving that as well, man. Well, this is Strafing Flame, one of the best players in the world. You can catch him all week long here in Birmingham, UK at the ALGS Championship. Thank you so much. Glitter, take it away.
Thank you very much, peeps. I mean, I don't know if Strafing Flame's giving himself enough credit, calling himself just the IGL. Yes, he's saying that nerves might get the better of him, but after the performance we saw with Blackhand now topping the overall leaderboard, I don't see the nerves.
I mean, I've got to say that's one of the most honest and best interviews I think I've heard from a player in quite some time. You know, to give your teammates props is one thing. To admit your own faults and what you're trying to work on to be the best that you can is incredible as well. And trust me, now that I've heard that, you can see why Blackhand is such a good unit. There's so much trust there, and also you can see why you now want to get behind them and see them have this success, because you're now rooting for them, right? You want to see them overcome the adversity. You want to see him being the player who does clutch up in that big moment. So I think Blackhand have just gained some fans for sure.
Absolutely. Relatable, graceful from the pro player perspective.
So since I came from a long way back with Nessie, we played in Europe for a whole long time. I've seen the exact same thing. I actually wasn't an IGL when I first started. I kind of got thrown into it on my first LAN a week before my LAN from a non-IGLing role. He's getting there, but the most thing is he's manifesting it. He knows his flaws. I'm working on this. I'm gonna improve. He is improving. Currently, he's popping off like, you are already one of the best. If you can figure this out, GOAT.
Wow.
Love that.
Final thoughts.
Go from the GOAT status. I mean, also, who backed you when you were on Nessie all the time?
Jake and May.
Yeah, but who backed you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know it. You know it.
Even in the arena tournaments.
Predictions every time.
He had to remind you
Yeah,
that it was him.
but you didn't even remember. But I'd say that Blackhand have shown that they can compete at the top, but Are they going to be able to do it when TSM and Dark Zero are in the lobby as well, consistently putting down points? So I think this is going to be very entertaining when we get to winners finals, but we still need to find out what teams are going to be joining Black Hand there.
Speaking of that, we'll take a look at the schedule. Only one more series remaining on the day before we determine which teams will be in our winners bracket and which will be in our elimination bracket.
Sore kayaknya tadi main.
A and C will be
Baru siap main Valo sama orang. Siap main Valo.
Yesterday or earlier on in the day, just make sure you're following us on social media. That way you can stay up to date on everything that's going on the entire week here at the ALGS Championship. But like I said, there's only one more series left on the day. The most important series for some of these teams that are finding themselves on
mau main lagi nih bentar lagi.
Where we find out which 20 teams end up in our winners bracket and the bottom
Udah tadi aku main mancing ya.
to keep their hopes and dreams alive here in
Mantap anjir.
Iya. Grafiknya rupanya ngeri juga kalau dimentokin kanan dir. Boleh juga.
Gue yang biasa banget, udah bagus banget anjir.
Iya. Mata kiri ya.
Tengah.
Oh tengah, bisa tengah juga ya. Kraber.
Yang penting mah dapat langsung FPS.
Iya. 60 iya. Yang penting 60. Anjir.
Tadi main Palo berlima kan?
Iya. Ada temen si Bob tadi.
Tadi juga masih tidur.
Anjay. Ini baru bangun nih?
Nggak baru bangun banget. Tadi baru bangun jam berapa ya? Setengah 10-an apa?
Anjay.
10 kurang tau.
Wah, begadang nih kayaknya nih.
Emang udah kebalik tidur ya.
Wah. Riset dong.
Tadi niatnya mau dipaksain nih. Nggak tidur memang.
Iya. Paksain aja sampai jam 10 atau 11 udah tuh beres.
Tadi kenok jam berapa ya?
Jam 6 kayaknya ya.
Sebelum maghrib kayaknya iya.
Iya,
setengah
padahal
6 aja.
ya minimal jam 8 karena jam 8 nanti paling kebangun jam 2 jam 3. Habis itu lanjut aja tidur lagi.
Iya.
Jangan bangun lagi, tidur terus. Lanjut. Nanti pasti bangun jam 6. Udah sakit badan kalau tidur dan jam 6. Emang jatah kebangun.
Udah gue dorong pakai kopi, soda, masih nggak ketolong kan?
Dikit lagi padahal nih. Udah krisis sekali, besok malamnya jam 8 langsung ngantuk. Jaminan tuh. Kayak gua dulu tuh anjir. Kebalik emang. Putih anjir. Black hole.
Kan semalam baru beres main sama si Bob subuh lagi Valo ada jadwal lagi sama dia. Masih main ternyata yang kita beresnya.
Wah. Dia main sama ini kalau nggak salah sama si Pino ya. Berdua ya.
Kita beres
beresnya jam berapa main? Itu si Bob lagi main juga tuh. Oh enggak. Si Gio. Si Bob off barusan. Si Gio masih main.
Yolu doing what he can with the ult to slow them down, and now the decision is made from V2. They want to try
Nah
and push up.
gini kan tinggal 3 squad lagi, Mar masih lama ya.
Iya. Kemarin chaos ya.
Kemarin berapa tuh? Masih 8 apa?
11. Aku komnya pengen ku dengarnya. Kayak gitu deh.
shields in like 10 seconds. They have no cover.
Ini apa? Kalau di ML tuh dicek ya sih.
Oh replay. Oh ini udah gua nonton nih.
Anyone got also make Solon? Anyone got No. You guys both
Oh,
focus
ini ring terakhirnya sih ya. Udah nonton nih gua.
Watch the climb up. There's no one here. I've got. No, there's a guy. Focus that. Both of you focus that. There's a drone there as well. Careful.
Oh ini komnya nih.
Iya komnya nih. Gua suka nonton komnya nih. Ya kayak gini nih.
Nice. Watch climb up.
Ya infonya baru kita denger ini. Ada info lain lagi anjir. Chaos emang game ini. Anjir. Ini happy ammo. Habis peluru. Lagi ngisi shield.
Kan zonanya jelek banget anjir.
Iya. Memang kayak pakai ini biasa anjir.
Zonanya jelek banget kok. Tuh.
Ya.
Buletan seperempatnya.
Shoot this pylon. That's the one. I'm dropping.
I'm dropping.
In the ult. C1. Nice.
Balik lagi ke portal. Itu anjir.
Down, but unfortunately one of them's already fallen, and it's going to be the end for Go Next, but not without going down with a fight.
They got a lot of KP there. Did they get the placement points to force themselves towards match point? A very, very impressive game in the kills category for Go Next. But Maestro Gaming now.
Oh iya, main sama si Adit gua barusan anjir.
Main sama si Adit.
Iya.
Adit doang.
Adit Patur, gua Giyu, sama si Bob. 5.
Ben Adit main gini aja.
Diajakin si Fatur tadi. Kan ada di IG. Ngechat.
Oh di
Ya di IG. Rupanya si Adit ikut. Kan si Fatur awalnya. Kabut kali dia. Main.
Lagi balik cepat kali dia. Mana mau dia bisa kayak gitu. Dia sih biar saya tadi sebelum jam 12. Mau dia kali.
Habis billing katanya.
Oh dia ngabisin billing kali. Dia beli billing banyak banget.
Oh mungkin.
Dia beli billing banyak. Cuman kan dia main Jumat doang.
Iya.
Juga sekali paling 5 jam.
Seminggu sekali ya. Gak pernah emang gak pernah main pagi lagi ya. Jam 1, jam 12 berhenti gitu.
Si Adit mah gak bisa.
Apa?
Paginya masuk deh.
Oh.
Udah gawe dia.
Apa?
Kalau yang dulu mah dia belum kerja itu.
Gawe dia kayak.
Udah gawe dia.
Oh.
Ya makanya dia main tuh makanya dia tuh main Jumat beres biasanya dia kalau nggak balik dulu. Kalau udah beres
jauh emang. Jauh gawenya.
Nggak jauh sih kalau dari sini. Cuman kadang dia kadang harus nggak tentu sih hari-hari apa. Cuman dia kadang tuh harus ke pusatnya gitu. Nah pusatnya yang jauh.
Oh, di kantor apa?
Kantor bapaknya iya.
Oh.
Si Aditnya mah masih kantornya masih yang di Depok. Kalau bapaknya mah udah jauh pusatnya.
Pantesan jarang ini dia online ya.
Dia jarang main malam juga.
Iya. Gak bener sih emang rakit PC di rumah.
Iya. Dan kalau Jumat dia main, Sabtunya libur.
Iya. Tuh, lihat tuh. Zona sekecil gitu belum mati-mati orang anjir.
Going back to what we've said, it has worked so well for these teams. Can they get a result though here? Maestro Gaming probably doesn't have enough to finally find themselves on match point after this, but Lasita France Could they maybe play spoiler and somehow take over the high ground? The question is, can you topple the king of the castle who has not moved?
Susah dapat ikannya anjir. Mancing.
Itu dia tergantung umpannya.
Umpan iya. Cuma aku cuma 2 umpannya anjir. Roti sama cacing. Cacing oke lah lumayan. Beli. Iya. Udah gamenya free, pasti beli di dalamnya anjir. Tadi gua main anjir.
Itu kayaknya emang awalnya game HP terus jadi kayak ciri banget. Mau beli aja.
Lah. Kayaknya dari Steam dulu dah, baru ke HP. Udah lama tuh game.
Soalnya pas awal buka tuh ini kayak modelan game HP banget.
Mungkin ya, nggak tahu juga ya. Game-game lama kayaknya.
Premium segala macam.
Emang bisa mancing bareng anjir. Ada
orang pas lagi
iya.
Orang pas lagi tutorial aja ada orang lain.
Iya. Jalan-jalan di situ, di area situ.
Dari
Aja. Enggak apa tuh. Boleh tapi gua buat ini santai.
By swinging right and maybe trying to just disguise themselves behind that dark veil, they might have a chance.
Penasaranku sama Russian Fishing 4 tuh. Kayak mapnya lebih gede ya. Sama ini item-itemnya lebih banyak kayaknya. 60 giga apa 50 giga gitu. Wah, gede banget ya. Tuh mapnya pasti luas ya.
Them on that west side, and Tropic are getting absolutely demolished by grenades, by ultimates, and by bullets as now the zone starts to force all these squads together. Whether you've got room in a building, on top of a building, or under a building,
Dota berapa? Dota
so you are not being briefed by several teams. As we're going to see another member of Entropic go down, and Blue White.
Wah, kalau Dota sih boleh lah ya daripada LoL. Tapi gede ya.
Sempet main juga loh.
Enggak. Gua dari dulu emang pengen coba. Pas kuliah gua dulu kan lihat orang main Dota, anjir enak kali kayak. Itu masih main PB kan ya. Orang main Dota. Lah pengen juga ya. Kalau nggak ada kawan, enggak lah. Gak mau gua.
I'm not even sure he knows where he is right now, but he is surviving. That's what's important. Foot go down. They're into the top 5 are Blue Whites, Voltage.
Game-game kayak balap gitu boleh juga tuh. Apa aja lah, ya yang aman ya, multi. Kawin diajak pasti mau tuh. Game balap iya boleh, game balap. Sama survival boleh juga. Valheim kalau bisa boleh tuh.
Kemarin diajakin download mancing lah kamu, agak mau.
Cibab.
Iya.
Cibab mana mau mancing dia aja.
Dia bilang aku aja mancing asli pusing.
Someone whose job is to really keep note of which teams have been eliminated, which teams are still in the game. If so, there should be squads that know Go Next is still alive.
Si Bob game apa ya dia mau kayak LOL gitu bisa.
If they've got the ability to try and get to this rock, they might be able to survive. It's a
lagi sel nih, 32.000
because it's got lots of greenery on it, lots of shrubbery, and they have just been able to work their way into the central side of this circle ever so slightly.
Oh. Valheim beli gua sekarang.
Not just beyond the truck, but also this open space that they're going to be forced to traverse. They are on the worst side of the circle right now too, just waiting for dear life. Double arc star and the sear tag. Oh no!
Hibok online nih Discord yang ngechat.
Apa ngechatnya? Pasti nggak nyampe follow.
Mana katanya bisa toto mana?
Iya.
Six more points, still very achievable. I mean, they're in a good position to do so. They're just trying to worm their way out of this building using any utility they have just to keep things away. Dark Veils go down now. Watson fences and gens available to them as well.
Vino main.
Catwall for catwall. Dancing around both sides. Voltage
Siapa
now
aja
getting
main?
taken out. Meanwhile,
Vino.
Libre says this is none of my business. Focus on the fight in front of you.
Wah,
I'm just a fly on the wall that you
si
don't want to deal with.
Oftif.
Phoenix Legacy go out in 4. 3 squads left right now.
Baca cloud.
The rest of the lobby starts doing damage to each other, and then they can try and capitalize on that. Kraber
Login
in
apa
the
tuh?
hands of Davis though.
Login Palo.
1 poke. Oh, 112 is
Oh,
going to be
ada
good.
orang
High
ini.
ground, and again, this is great for Go
Main
Next.
aja tuh, si Vino ada, si Bob ada kalau mau main tuh.
Doing your work, 'cause Horizon are going to be the ones that get punished.
Wah, min 1 tuh pasti gua ada ajakin.
Go Next hoping the lobby takes care of itself.
Vino Gio iya.
Iya memang min 1 emang gua di sasarannya nih.
Take as little amount of damage and they'll be forced out and hope that everyone above them has already lost a member or taken a good amount of damage as Dark Veils now start to surround the final circle. Black Holes go down as well. Horizon to try and play spoiler and take us to a match number 9.
Shots through the smoke coming in from Jay Savage. However, the piercing spikes are going to hurt. Now Go Next make their play call.
Udah pasti lu bang. Kita
Iya
di Discord.
memang.
Tahu.
Gua emang yang ready nih. Ada lain. Korban lagi duluan.
The zone is forcing them forward. The Dark Veil is a problem. The piercing spikes are a problem as well. The voltage go down. It's 3 squads. And oh my god, what an ult that is. It takes so much damage. And now Go Next from an almost improbable position might be able to close this one out. Danish are done. Go Next. You are going to the
Push, Go Next. You're right back.
A real threat to this lobby with such impressive players on this roster, players who have been at the very top of the Apex Legends scene and would love to return there and be at championships. And they are names who certainly are worthy of doing so as they now get aggressive and Ape Gang gets eliminated. But is there going to be anyone to pick the
main?
pieces
Si Bob
up? No,
belum
Dino
login.
survived, and that was a very important push just to try and take a little bit of space here.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? The team, you
Eh,
know you've got
si Bob yang ngajak main.
Lou and Duplex, all players who have been some of the standouts, but for whatever
Dia belum
reason,
login.
fallen off of, you know, the rosters that they've had put together for various different reasons, but now they all find themselves together trying
Where's
to
my
pull
headset?
something in this last chance qualifier. Speaking of pulling
Tenang.
Iya bang lagi login buset di
Iya, orang udah masuk, dia baru login. Ini bentar lagi sakit perut nih.
And now Stallions had a good position, but as they move
Tunggu
into
aku
the
makan
circle,
lagi
it really depends on how they
login.
get onto the
Alah.
wall.
Ah kan?
Udah nggak betul tuh alasan makan.
Iya.
Stallions still hold the best
Asal makan nanti
position.
Orang makan tuh udah
To fight against one another and
Iya.
be forced
Ada
into
aja.
an engagement here
sakit
in this
perut lagi. Ada aja.
Has got to pop a barrier at some point, you would imagine. Instead, he decides that the death is
kemarin ya?
Lou is going to be the last player alive for them. Duplex is still trying to do what he can as well.
Kemarin ya?
Duplex was still alive, but now
Kemarin,
this is just
kemarin
Baru
apa?
round 2.
for Stallions to move in and try and pick
Hah?
up.
Iya itu kayak gitu. Ntar dulu deh, sakit perut gitu.
Ya kemarin, makanya aku bilang kemarin kita. Kan ada gua juga tuh.
Oh ya dulu ya. Iya.
Ya saya sampai off dia, sampai gua report gitu.
Stallions up on height.
Dia sadar kamu. Baru main sakit perut.
Emang lagi main kan di Lotus, gua ingat kali tuh. Di Lotus dia pakai Raze. Wah.
on this, but they need to be worried about Secret Formula, who are holding that northeast side.
Get lost.
Catwall was just a little too early, perhaps. Yes, they're blocking the vision off to the
Gue
left.
lupa tadi ngesadon bang, berat aja.
So is that solo from Meat Lovers here. Comes to creeping garage as well. All the
Tadi
information that they can
ngesadon
work with
PC.
too. 4 squads
Ini
left.
lagi
They lose out on
loading.
design though. He gets isolated out of position. This is a squad that I was worried about that's now going to come right in.
Kontrol dia lah.
Hostnya jalan.
Formula
Apa?
on the other side of this fight.
DLL hostnya jalan, lupa paksan berat banget Valorant.
Matiin.
Udah gue entas.
Iya, kalau jalan gede dia. Gua ini yang jalan kalau jalan apa ya? Star apa ya? Lupa ya. Lupa pokoknya itu yang paling gede di tempat gua.
Kalau gue DLL buset. 2 giga sendiri.
Just gotta
Wah.
hold on to it. The suspense
Itu RAM-nya.
as they play off the back end, but Secret Formula, they are in the best
Jalannya iya,
position
2
right now
giga.
in this lobby.
Enggak, ini
Natural
CPU-nya
cover
gua
from the Rocks. They have the black market
berapa
behind them.
persen
They
gitu
wanna swap off the
buat
crater
dia.
after they use that last
6%
bullet. They
kayaknya.
are locked in right now with the catwall. They block out the vision and they're gonna try to fully send it.
Well, can the Dojo do anything as a 2 here? Secret Formula will send it on to player, and actually they've taken quite a lot of damage there. Is the Dojo in any position to try and take this fight? Do they know it's a 2 that they're going up against? Still 1 bullet left with the Kraber though.
Si Gio lagi main ranked ya. Udah siap.
Dia ranked, Divino,
Yuben is really low here
Deathmatch.
too. Oi is dancing around this rock with the PK in hand. Trying to contest that. Barrel stuffs him with the PK shot.
And to think about how they want to play this final circle. 35
Kalau
seconds to
Discord
have a little bit of a
nggak
think
begitu
in
gede
discussion between
sebenarnya.
your side of how you want to
Nggak
approach
gede,
this one.
bisa dimatiin hardware akselerasinya.
Iya.
Difficult positions for them. Everyone else seems
Kalau
to be
mau
healthy
main
enough.
nanti bisa
But this circle is gonna be going
dimatiin.
between these
Kalau
two
nggak main
buildings, so that those
hidup
little
nggak apa-apa
crates that
dia.
you see in the middle of your screen, that's about where the circle will finish.
Karena nggak
So it's
nggak
going
ini
to
nggak
be a
terlalu
tough
dia.
journey for everyone
Pasti ada
involved.
sistem
No
satu yang
one is in
gede kali
prime
dia
position
makan.
right now when it comes to the center circle.
Nah, gua ada juga. Apa Windows ini ya? Nggak ori ya?
Enggak lah, ori kita lah. Kalau nggak ori kan ada tulisannya.
Iya.
Di pojok kanan bawah.
Iya. Memang lebih bagus install ulang. Kalau install ulang, wah kenceng banget ya. Kalau udah keinstall ini itu udah.
And now that's so tough for Stallions. If they were all on the roof, they would have had a real chance here, but now they're going to have to work their way as a 2. Good news for them is there is another 2 on the board though. Furia are 2 that they're working with at the same time.
Furia
down on that low ground. You can see that
Mamba.
is trying to do what he can to survive. I wonder if Fury can take it down to just one. That is going to be the case.
Hah? Furia tim CS?
Ada juga CS.
Iya.
Apalah kawan ini? Enggak. Sijar malah di Discord dah. Sijar.
Kan udah masuk itu. Astaga itu udah masuk, Cok.
Iya.
Aku lihat YouTube soalnya. Bang Ape, main 1 Bang Ape. Bang Ape, main 1.
Apa gue bilang?
Bang Ape.
Jadi korban.
Bang Ape, main 1.
Korban. Korban on Discord. Korban on Discord. Lagi time enak.
Ya, tunggu view ya, no.
Karena pack lihat.
Kenapa ada M?
Even as the solo player alive.
Oh, that mad.
Manages to take him down, and now the Dojo.
Iya, gue di Discord ya, lupa gue.
The keys have been handed over to Timmy. Had to use that Ulma as well just to try and buy a little bit of time. Respawn coming in here. Albrelele will have a part in this end game, and there's a couple of death boxes in and around the vicinity of Furia. Question is he going to be able to pick something up because that zone is closing right behind them. Timmy somehow.
Kenapa sampai bunyi keras sekali tuh, Cok.
Noxus gone, Native gone, Right's gone, Challenger's Prime, Drop In Gaming all go, and the Dojo are in the top 5.
Everyone dropping like flies, and Furia on the rotate after getting the fresh reds. They're still able to access the box at their feet. Catwalk coming in, and Timmy is running for his life. Looked like they wanted to use a black hole, but holding on to it. Pandas with a good decision making here.
Black hole.
The other team's also rotating. That's going to be KSR off to their left with the rampart and the amp walls coming in.
Rampart.
I don't know how Timmy is still alive, but he is surviving as a solo. He takes the zipline up north,
Kion
and
Twitch.
now Yuben and him are going to be able to face off. Even with the shield swap, Timmy gets a knock and takes out Secret Formula, gets the revenge for his teammate.
Oh my goodness, how is Timmy doing this?
No way.
Without controller, everybody loves watching MNK movement, and Timmy's one of the best in the world at it. He's still
Timmy anjir.
Bang Ape, you udah masuk Bang Ape.
Belum mati.
Team
Bang Ape.
stability.
Iya ya.
It's Himmy if he can pull this one off.
He is him. And the fact that he juked them thinking, I'm not going to go on the gravity lift here. I'm just going to be able to take some extra cover, restabilize. But with the smoke, it's a little bit of an indicator. Zera knows, sends up the
Dibiasain
spikes
aja, man.
in his direction.
Cium
Timmy's going to take a
industri kok
shot
nggak.
at him.
Habis
Taking
you.
to the skies, though, is an indicator that Fury know exactly where they are,
Aduh, nggak.
or rather where he is, but they can't drop down here unless they want to try to use the gravity lift again and risk for a third party coming in from team stability on the other side.
Timmy can kind of find
Ngeri kali.
an
Nggak
ult
sanggup
excel
gitu.
here. He can
Aku
cause
nggak
some big... There's
sempurna.
no way he
Mabur
gets him
putih
in, by
udah.
the way. There's no way they call this in, right?
No.
It's going to be a little bit of extra cover, surely. You would imagine. If Timmy sticks... It would be the worst Timmy thing in the world, by
Aku
the way, if he
habis
goes
sendiri,
to
Jar.
stick this reds and pulls it off. I'm just saying.
Habis sendiri dia sebak. Mabur putih.
Alright, it's the bait. The circle's closing in. He's got to play for his life at this point. Evac tower coming in. Magnus getting the knock
Aku
on
makannya
top
pakai
of
mod,
Lily.
jadi memburnya setengah.
There's just things falling from the sky out here too. Trying to greet them, block out their vision with the smoke nades.
Tahu. Akhirnya yang
They know
15
he's
ribuan.
right there. They can't give their focus and attention to a rat though when they have another
15,
squad right in
15.
front of them. He's actually gonna do it. Are you kidding me?
Bino Maret tapi.
Is the most Timmy thing possible, as now Fury are forced down
No.
the ground. They are going to fall. Shubi gets the first one for team stability. Madness is going to have time here to bat, but Fury are from that
Madness.
leave, and that is
Ya,
opening the
15.
door for team stability.
Mampek, Logi ni.
But all of
KB
a
hang.
sudden it's a 2v2, and
Yeah, yeah.
here comes Design for
Mampek.
but maybe he can do enough to open the door for Timmy. What the fuck?
Open up the gates here. Timmy playing up the knockdown. He gets the right behind him. He's outnumbered.
Nomor
Dojo get
2.
eliminated in a fashionable way as team stability with just Shubi alive finds himself in a 1v3. Furia with a number advantage.
Furia.
Able to get that cat wall online already quick enough. Ooh, the bow check too. Hiding up the sky. 5 squads left. Apegan in such a good spot on this high ground. They have some natural cover off the top. Once he wants to go
Natural
back up again with the
cover.
gravity lift,
Yo man,
that's a quick
kalau
scope here.
kalau
Looked
di
like
LoL
maybe.
Malaysia
Even
nonton man
maybe a
di
shield
mana
back
man.
here too. Oh yes, he's got only 35
How about
bullets,
you?
10 in the reserve here for the Prowler. That's definitely
Ya,
what he's
kalau
going
di
to
Singapura atau Malaysia
Good
nonton
call
man.
on there, gets right back on top of the high ground here with the gravity lift. And holding this position and looking at his other teammates,
Untuk
they're
dapat
playing split
ning
up.
seremoni
They
ya.
get another knock, and that's exactly what we were expecting once that zone was going to close in right behind Secret Formula.
I mean, now it's just a
Anjir,
matter of being
berapa
spoiled
habis
for
uang?
choice.
Tuh,
You have so
sponsornya
many
Mastercard
options.
loh.
You just have to make sure that you can get it done. You only have 2 reloads now of your Nemesis to be able to do damage. You got Wi-Fi down below trying to be involved, but look at Bursty on kick on the fuse. He's going to play a
Pedes.
massive role here in this fight, allowing Thales to figure this out and push with the Prowler. They've got very minimal room for error.
Loh lah
They
ya.
can do it, especially with their position
Belum
right now.
berarti
Vicky. It is just
bagaimana
a matter of
itu
closing it
lebih
out.
kompleks
They will
kan?
have a win, and with 31 points, 2 squads left, they could easily be in the 40-point range if they can close this one
Belum
out.
aja man.
Ape Gang need this, and they
LOL
are in
CS:GO
the
udah
best
cocok.
position to
Kalau
work
Dota
with
ya.
on this high ground. Fury
LOL
making their way
LOL
now over.
LOL Valorant,
playing on
LOL
the low ground.
Valorant.
Ape Gang,
Kalau Dota ya
get the
CS:GO
memo.
udah
They
itu
dropped
aja.
down. They want an invite to the party
Cinta
here
satu.
too, and what is left is cleaned up. Ape Gang.
Enggak, kalau Valorant ya LOL.
Ape Gang.
Biar satu ini, biar
Points to get
satu.
onto match point themselves.
Nggak ribet sekali akun Riot.
For the team at the moment, but they are forcing their way towards that zone. Keep your raising that kill feed. Good shots
Mancing
coming in
di
right
laut
now.
asli lah.
Should be able to finish this one off as well and manage to do so. They're getting closer. They're getting closer and
Anjir.
closer to match point, but they
Di
still
sungai.
need 2 here, Dan.
Still need 2. 7 squads remaining.
Pandai.
DNO are starting to pick up some points here,
Pandai.
which is catching them up to
Easy.
Fury.
Bang Apek,
Remember, if
Bang
Dojo
Apek masih
win
nonton,
here,
Cok.
it will be second place afterwards as Diego go down. 4 squads remain.
Bang Apek udah
Secret
habis
Formula
nih,
gonna
eh.
fall as well. We're
Bang
down to
Apek,
just
ya,
2.
Bang Apek.
It's Dojo
You Gabi,
versus
oh.
DNO for
Ah.
a chance to be at the
Kagak.
Apex Championships.
Dojo,
Kabeh.
this is your moment. This is where you
Ah.
have to clutch up. They will know it better than anyone how close they are. The Bangalore goes down. The black hole is destroyed. But the dark veil is
Bangalore
also down. Duplex finds a safe place.
is destroyed.
He also has a vantage spot here.
The vanish spot here. Valorant. Solil. Halo, 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 halo. Halo, halo. Halo, 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 halo. Halo, halo. Follow, 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 follow. Follow, follow. Female. There's nothing to be afraid of, even when the night changes. You're everything, me and you. Dancing out tonight, dancing is slamming. A mother, dancing kind of dress. Everything she never heard.
Apaan itu deathmatch, Cok?
Showing
Iya,
down.
Cok. Cok, benga.
Member 5 deathmatch. Wow.
Wah. Wah.
Gak betul ini.
Gak betul nih. Rugi logi nih kalau deathmatch.
Iya nih, berapa game kita satu game aja kan?
Iya.
Iya. Iya.
Match found.
Bang Ape kena sawan iya.
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 Kena sawan mancing. Ascen mana? Ascen. Ascen apa happen?
Apa yang champion tadi Bang Ape? LGX?
Enggak nonton tadi replaynya. Main Palu juga tadi. Ya.
Sebelumnya kan si ini yang menang. Tim lupa.
Liquid.
Ngeri
Tim
Maaf,
apa aja namanya, no? Ispo besar namanya Liquid itu.
Onik, Bob. Onik, Bob.
Onik
nah. Onik.
Ya.
Iya ada Onik. Gak bohong.
Onik keluar tapi cuma.
Onik keluar.
Onik keluar itu.
Ini kayak Navi itu. Ada pasti orangnya.
Choose your agent.
Yang gue main padu PC ya. Kok mahal? Padu PC mudah nak kena kalau. No PC je.
Satu tim lah Bo, 3 PC.
Iya mana UFO ni. Tertuh bawah orang.
You boy ya.
Attacker.
You. Oke.
Let's go.
Nak ada apa?
Apa legend?
Deadlock Killjoy.
Udah lagi yuk, apa legend yuk?
Yuk, udah lah apa legend yuk. Yuk. Giu sitom orang. Giu siapa kau? Lubis. Ya.
Kok Lubis Giu?
Lubis Giu.
Iya dong.
Iya.
Ganteng dia, putih.
Warga mamaku Lubis.
Wah.
Satu warga kalian.
Wah.
Nggak turun lah kan mama yang Lubis. Nggak turun.
Turun juga lah. Tulang kau itu Giu.
Dari bapak ya.
Tulang kau itu sofa itu. Tulang kau sofa itu Giu. Tulang.
Anjay.
Tulang mamanya lah.
Mamanya kedetek anjir lu tuh.
Mamanya kedetek.
Mapnya ini lagi.
Mamanya kedetek.
Mapnya gini lagi pas tuh.
Wah.
Sosokan
Wah,
pakai
sampai sekarang ingat gue anjir. Kayaknya mau ganti nama itunya, mamanya kedetek tuh. Boleh juga tuh namanya.
Pictures of their children. Wow. Wait,
Sofa ya? Siapa ya?
Bisa pikiran mama gedetek anjing main gedetek lah.
Gak lagian dia sosokan DC. Kenapa nih kayak cheat gue ke detect nih? Mamanya lah.
Anjing, mama yang gedetek.
Anjir, absurd parah.
Aduh, adik yang Firmawan nih ya.
Tulang rupanya. Tulang. Aman.
Rossi.
Ada yang ada keponakan kok Jar.
Rossi.
Marcy.
Pakai bahasa Jepang.
Wah, Rossi.
Marcy. Itu Bang Pop.
Alah.
Wah, Rossi.
I have retrieved the spike. Gas. That's a
Suka merah nih, suka. Di wall.
Ada limit. Wah, balik tuh. Ada 2 di mid.
Nade mid.
revealing area.
Kedetek mamanya lah tuh.
Tolong nyebat dulu ya.
Sebat kok. Memang.
Sebat
Jar. Omen level jar. Omen level.
Hah? Ini.
Mana ada 3 omen. Tuh jangan masuk dah percaya aku. Dia judge.
Judge.
Ya.
Udah
putri tu. Tunggu je situ. Hop. Tunggu. Tunggu jangan pecok. Batu.
Aku cari free.
Batu
lah kita gas.
Scanning ahead.
Waduh, Evan.
FPD anjing.
Evan.
Ponakan kau ngapain di mid, Cok?
Cok, duelisnya lurking anjing.
Here. Ada darah anjing.
Ponakan tapi.
Aku pun enggak ada.
Bisa nih, menang.
Sabar, Cok.
Iya.
Coba ngetes 1 dart.
Camera taken out.
Turun.
Itu kena.
Lagi.
Oh, enggak balik. Wah, bisa langsung ke bawah. Sabar, ada waktu. KJ-nya kayak ini.
One enemy remaining.
Iya.
FK dia.
Peace.
Darah dulu. Woi, mati.
Ya, enggak bisa remake. Berarti 5.
I like you guys a lot better when we don't lose.
I like you better.
Lily Billy. Mulai.
Ini apa, Cok?
Oh, duelis kita Jepang.
Jeff only.
That goes there. Cover going out.
Wah.
Hampir mati. Ada tuh depan Omen.
Gue drone. Bang Bob.
Kok dia aku,
OTW. Wah, di set ada.
One enemy remaining.
Slema.
Mana ada spike ya?
Reloading. Planted the spike.
Tahan 4 orang.
Goblok, nge-freeze.
Ambil itu, saya tahu.
Itu
Gue mati.
Bang apa?
Level heads until we're
Ada.
home. Yes.
Berikan. Jepang. Jepang. Sini bawa Jepang. Oi Jepang.
Sudah hak milik ini bang, nggak bisa bang.
Oi Jepang.
Itu udah bersertifikasi, Cok. Apa juga?
Kasih oi. Keponakan kau tu.
We will reveal their secrets.
Udah bersertifikasi hak milik.
Wow.
Scanning ahead.
Waduh.
Gila pakai jet anjing, pijit goblok lah.
Deploying drone.
Banyak pakai jet jadi tremor tangan anjing.
Dekat.
Camera taken.
You gotta be show.
TP.
Fake teleport.
Yes. Trigger dia.
Go back bitch.
Dan Bang Bob.
Bang Bob. Hold dulu Bang Bob.
Gas Bang Bob. Biar aja lewat satu. Satu lewat.
Iya.
Bilang biar lewat satu.
Ya.
Ketiga dapat.
Aduh kaget.
Spike down mid.
Revealing area.
Lawanlah Sofa, masa berhenti?
Last player standing.
Kan?
One enemy remaining.
Jepang.
Mau ngumpet tadi Pino, nggak bisa dia kepentir. Panjat.
Ambil senjataku kembali guys.
Usap.
Kita TP.
Cari tuh.
Selamat luar. Aduh pakai shotgun lagi.
I'll cut through.
Kabar di boom.
This is a nice spot.
Hancur boom apa trap ini.
Shadows traveling. Deploying drone.
There.
Time to jump.
Gak masuk kawan awak. Yang kawan Kimbe semua. Jahat kali.
Cage triggered.
Razia dekat tuh di patahan ini.
Cage triggered.
Bang Bob.
Give me a corpse.
Fuck.
Wow, my eyes are down. Back off. Not cutting through.
Gak ada kali ya.
120 KJ. Buka dapat 2 tuh. Lah,
30 seconds left.
120 tuh.
Last player standing. One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
Jauh.
B.
Omen
Ya,
140.
Membingai.
Give me a corpse.
Pendongeng anda lagi.
Planted the spike.
Iya kita lihat nih, yang pakai topi nih.
Bang Bob kenapa
Mati
bang
nih.
ketahuan dibilang bohong? Nyala mah.
Datang. Cek gua dulu kali ya.
5,
Bang, open aja bang sedikit.
4,
Tempat nampak
3,
Kanan.
1.
Pas dia.
Menang berarti.
Udah ding lo. 140 itu lo.
Jangan
Ya bang 140.
pakai senjata itu, Bang.
Ada uangnya itu mau gimana?
Iya.
Nah. Pay later.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
Modal banget anjir. Elektrik.
Jepang. Ini biar ada sedikit. Aku farming dulu ya. Kalau buat gua nih.
Farming shield.
Ini Tamiya dulu. Oh, di sini. Nggak tahu.
Fire in the hole!
Holy shit. Gua itu commit anjir.
Commit ya.
Satu lagi bang.
Found them. Shot down. My ult is ready. Enemy spotted mid.
Itu.
Anjir ketawa enggak.
Aduh, gua bawa spike.
Kebe.
60.
Dia dekat loh, Jar.
Sudah.
Ulti, Jar. Harus dapat tuh.
Oh,
Dapatin.
agak.
4 kali lepasin drone.
Gua Bang Ape dekat kalau mau ulti.
Keep.
Ya, keep.
Where is everyone hiding?
One enemy remaining.
Belakang ya.
Sampai.
Dekat Bang Ape, lari aja Bang Ape.
Sampai.
Lari aja Bang Ape.
Dari plan.
Kena.
Jar senjata. Jar.
Pandal Bang Ape.
Pandal dong.
main depan.
The dimensional
Wah.
fabric here is thin.
Careful
I'll
here.
test.
Jauh dong.
Careful here.
Jauh
Ikan
dong.
dulu, Cok.
No.
Keep me cops. Keep.
Are we going to get the spike?
Malah. Malah.
Bang ambil Bang.
Apa yang bawah harus sentinel ya?
Ah, gua aja.
Cover going out.
What the?
The spike.
Standing ahead.
Midnya ada ya.
Flash.
Komennya botos.
Astaga, Cok.
Botos, komennya botos. Push. Nice.
Spike planted.
Makan kentang tuh. Flash sekali lagi, Mas. Flash sekali lagi.
One enemy remaining.
Market.
Cage trigger.
Duluan Bang Bob, udah mati.
Bambok.
Reloading.
Kalau ngokil leader mati. Jadi leader kan.
Hihi.
Wah,
Malah di bait sama
Jer gak ditembakin Jer. Gak ditembakin dong.
Aku baru lihat dia lewat.
Yang belakang Bang Ape jangan kali cuy.
Iya, dua-dua tuh Bang Ape.
Ya, dua-dua
sama
di
Jepang. Memang PKI.
Kenapa PK?
AI segala.
Lebih keren dari Bang Bob.
Shadows traveling.
No, please don't.
Spike drop.
Mana?
Blind.
Wah, itu Cok. Masuklah kalian.
A-nya aman nih. Oh enggak, 120. Lo dari A. Market 1.
What the shit? Ya, itu Bang kanan Bang.
One enemy remaining.
Lo dia Gio. 120.
We're barely worth the effort.
Masuk lubang hitam, black hole.
Buset.
If you've never seen a massacre.
Farming lagi, Kung. Farming.
Pikiranku kemana-mana gitu.
Rusia. Jepang. Tahu lah, saya lupa pikirannya.
Betul.
Kira Jepang yuk. Jangan aku multi farming ini. Mau ambil itu.
Anjay.
Ambil monster.
Nggak jelas cok. Sofa kita.
Here.
Hilang.
Oh, ini marketnya 2
Market 1 market. Razi market.
Marketnya 2 itu Rena Razi.
I have
Yeah.
retrieved the spike.
Gue.
One enemy remaining.
Nice run. Nice.
Aku bilang farming, aku farming kok di sini.
Run.
Men.
Run. Move
in after I
Tuh, aku udah banyak-banyak ngetik ya ke Al anjing.
Kisi.
Honey, B, honey.
Nyepet lah. Anjir lah.
Jangan mah.
This goes here.
Laki tuh min armor bro. Si
Cover going out.
They found my wire.
Revealing area. Emosi kali kayak kawan tuh, Cok.
Cover going out.
My territory, my rules.
Enemy spotted. A.
Di belakangku, Cok. Smoke dia.
One enemy remaining.
Ini dia ini.
Here. Yes. It.
give me the spike.
I have dropped the spike.
What the
Keep me coach.
Belakangmu, Bang Bob. GG,
Aduh,
Bang Bob.
GG.
Gak ditembakin dong.
demand a fight.
Diliatin dulu.
Step pala dia komputer.
Main di iron anjir.
Cobalah mid market. Udah gak bener nih. Ide-ide baru sih gak bagus.
Oh, this is a nice
Iya.
Stealing sight.
Aku mau give me cops.
Enemy and defender spawn.
Where is everyone hiding?
Ada ya.
Wah,
Pak.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Kontol.
Shotgun mau gimana?
Maaf ya guys ya. Di pisau.
Aduh, mau ganti pistol, Cok.
Scroll.
They're just batteries.
Gue scroll gue matiin dah. Ngeri kayak gitu aja.
jangan dimati scroll man.
Oke, di scroll.
Matinya bagian 8, Cok. Kamu nggak bisa ngetil kan?
Reloading.
Aku lock aja ya lu ah.
Reloading.
That goes there.
Dan
Shadows traveling.
Magic.
Cover going out.
Cage trigger.
set upten. Ya, jadi koreng. Koreng namanya deh.
Shock dart.
Asat Thailand.
Deploying drone.
Here.
Aku kejalan.
My camera is destroyed.
Ada 3 ya.
Bakal semua lu.
Revealing area.
Iya, ada di belakang semua.
Kadang ada mau.
Agak. Satu di A paling. Ada Rena. Kanan Rena.
Here.
Enemy down. My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Iya, ke B.
30 seconds left.
Palanya nampak.
Spike planted.
OP deh, Cek.
Bisa ngambil vandal.
Your biggest mistake was that you pissed me off. My ult's ready.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
Jadinya kalau waktu.
Minta lo, minta OP lo, skin OP lo. Coba.
Cepat.
Kau buat apa kat situ?
Orang Malay dia, bro.
Ah, malam.
Cepat.
Emang ada duit, Cok.
Oh, sibuk. Wow.
Try not to die.
Mau request dah.
Kamera dulu kan?
Scanning ahead.
Itu dia.
Kau ni apa? Kau yang pasal bumi kau?
Itu dia.
Enemy down. Careful now.
Ada lagi tak? Ya, okey. Ada lagi.
Itu dia.
Aduh nggak. Itu jumping.
Cage trigger. Found my wire.
Ulti sekali napa man? Aku geli lah ulti kau selalu penuh.
Tadi udah ulti anjing gua.
Oh iya.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, kena tuh. Iya. Nggak kena. Miss.
Aku suka sih satu Jo.
Switching sides.
Ya udah kami lomba ini. Belum.
Masih saja.
Santai. Chill.
Bisa di badan gigi nanti matiin. Bang.
Kau ni apa? Kau yang kuasai bumi kau?
Yes, this should
Aduh.
Kepala peta.
Kepala kotak. Creamy itu cewek tuh, Cok.
Apa iya?
Movement-nya kayak cewek, Cok.
Ya.
Enemy spotted A.
Trinya itu.
Oh,
3.
Dapat 2.
Kali.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Rena low, bisa heal. Aduh, Giu. Satu. Aduh, satu Giu. Tembak itu dulu.
Tembak botnya weh.
Hel.
One enemy remaining.
Kau ni apa?
Giu satu aja. Dari 3, 2. Kena hit. Satu tinggal.
Aduh.
Bahaya kali tuh.
bodoh lah di KFC.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that. 7 darah aku tadi. Tinggal 1.
Kau ni apa?
Kagak saya dong Pino.
Sok bang.
Thanks.
Kau ni apa?
Oh, dekat sini. Pasipa.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Keadilan takkan pernah.
Yes,
Itu dia.
Oke.
Ya.
Unit gila.
Sobat tolong aku.
Itu dia.
Anjing gua di hit wall cok.
Spike planted. There.
Gua di hit wall anjing.
What the hell? Gini.
Bad luck.
Hel ada hel.
Cutting through.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
Holy shit. What?
Malah atraksi.
Mati lu semua.
What do you say, drone? Ready to
Ayo,
stretch
siapa
your
yang
wings?
mulai? Ayo. Pakai Odin lu nih.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This goes here. Salah Odin aku nih. Orang tuh.
What the hell?
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this goes here.
Cutting through.
Sini ya.
What the
Cage trigger.
hell?
Cage trigger. Caught one. They found my wire.
Ya.
What the hell?
Anjing, komennya yang jadi turret.
My ultimate.
Last player standing.
On high.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Sini sini. Masih di bawah.
Di bawah box. Judge.
What the hell?
Dan jauh kali bang, jatuh pas kita juga. Oh, nggak mau dia maju dia.
105 dia sekarang.
Ini mati.
Rotate ya.
Iya.
Itu kameranya ke situ aja. Salah, Cuk.
Kamera market aja ya bisa.
Ah. Udah.
Ada.
Udah, Cuk.
30 seconds left.
Kamera ini. Benci aku.
Rotate nih.
Apa spek situ rotate?
Pak,
Iya,
spike.
rotate.
Cari
Bohong
keluar,
apa?
Bang.
Bohong.
Ayo man, ha. Yang pulang.
Oh iya.
10 seconds left.
Pembual handal deh, pembual handal.
Sip dia, sip Judge.
Biar. Oh iya, pingnya naik, Cok.
Clutch.
Odin nggak?
Copies are nothing.
Dan 7 juta.
Okay, Cypher. I agree. That was good.
Apalah bang.
Woi, Odin.
Odin dia.
Pokoknya Odin.
Harum.
Aku mau ke A, awas yang pinggir lo, pinggir.
Odin itu ke B.
That goes there.
Pertama sama tulang tuh aduh,
This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Step sininya, batu.
Oh my god.
Di mid ada, Cok. Alah.
Anjing.
Spike down mid.
Here.
Mandalah.
Lihat sana, lihat sini.
Right here. I'm here. Deploying drone.
One enemy remaining.
Aku asis saja, mau asis aku. Oh, aku
Spike
udah ada
spotted
asis.
mid.
Oh my god.
Mana nih orang ini?
Wah. Kok nggak ada ya? Padi A ya? A juga dong.
Ini kali.
Sana ya. Iya. Oh, ambil ops. Iya, ambil ops. Ops ya. Ambil ops ya.
30 seconds. Aku udah 5. Senjataku mana, Cok?
Lah, kan.
Pula.
Ada pas nettle lain.
Oh my god.
Match point.
Temas kode.
Ganti ini Vandal.
Temas kode di Sokdal.
Mengerikan tuh.
5.000.
Bang Apek nih apa, Cok?
Apa?
Duit kita, Cok.
That goes there.
No way.
This goes here.
Bulldog.
Yes.
Bulldog.
Goblok.
Oh, bulldog banget, anak bulldog.
Bocah teh bulldog.
Bocah bulldog. Nah kan, whip.
Apa sih, Bang?
Spike down mid.
Jangan, aku penguasa mid.
Lari Ju. Di B dia. Wah,
Yes.
atraksi.
Yes, mati.
Wah, mati lagi nih. Iya.
Last player
Wah, di
standing.
kiri.
Kali aku lewat di
Gak ada. Asli kera.
Setengah aja.
Jalankan fake sana.
Pura-pura.
One enemy remaining.
Kan dari bilang.
Ya, baru pura-pura.
I handle this.
Spike planted.
I handle this.
Sabar, langsung buka. Biasa.
Nah,
Depan muka dia.
depan muka dia buka aja.
I'm back.
Kali lagi.
Just me lady.
Sabar deh anjir, sabar deh.
Iya, nggak
Ini
ngepick.
Pino tadi caranya Pino. Di sini fake-nya. Kau buka di sini. Jalankan sama-sama yang mana tembak dia dulu. Yang mana tembak dia dulu. Jadi itu kalau emang
Iya.
main.
DP ku udah habis soalnya.
Soalnya dia jongkok gini ya.
Iya, jalan dua-dua ya.
Muka ya. Atau kebalikannya, depan mukanya fake-nya sini letak.
Nanti
Dari jalan ke muka.
That goes there.
Kalau ada fake aku mau tipu 2 tipuan itu. Oh my god.
Oh, gitu. Oh,
Enemy spotted A.
Oruk.
Damn ways to die.
Mau sini momennya.
Aduh, Tri yang ada yang jaga anjir. Mana shotgun lagi nih?
Reloading. My territory. I have the now.
Wah, diculik.
Aduh, John.
Kok berhenti sih? Lah, kok gitu?
Spike planted.
Hilang.
Apa nih?
Last player standing.
Geding.
Kok gitu sih tadi ulti deadlock tadi ada ya?
Karena nggak mau kupin lagi.
Entar lo itu. Ayo lalu kita yuk. Ikoras. B. Semua B. Semua B.
Semua kena kali kan?
Dam.
Ini kena kali kan?
Makanya.
Iya.
Reloadnya.
Damn ways to die. Damn ways to die nih, yuk. Damn ways to die. Aduh, bot. Ah, sigi. Damn ways to die nih. Fuck. Anjing mati. Damn ways to die. Yeah.
Player standing.
Damn ways to die momen.
Ayo. NN.
Nah,
NN apa main?
N lah ya. Kapan?
Satu lagi pun.
Damn ways to die.
Itulah.
Cir muka garis gini aja.
Ini kekuatan mistis, man.
This goes here, that goes there. My intel is their obstacle.
Aku mau TP mau.
Silakan tar aja.
This is a nice spot.
Oh.
Di sini.
Cuan. Jadi kadang.
Boleh no.
Spike down B.
Cage triggered.
Lari.
One enemy remaining. A. Defenders win.
My crew stay hidden one day more.
Sanggup Renanya ngomong ejet aja.
Damn ways to die.
Memang mau asal ini mengerikan.
Oke guys, thank you.
Bang Ape.
Sudah jam 1.
Game lagi lah.
Thank you.
Enggak. Besok aku mau.
Oh, ya udah bertiga kami nih.
Thank you.
Lanjut.
Beli lawan kita,
Selamat
Cok.
berpesta pora.
Iya.
Bye bye.
that both these teams are actually in at the moment doesn't really favor either of the teams to know that they're going into a game, and if it's a hot contest that they'll come out of it with 0, because both of them at the moment are kind of on the outside looking into that top 20. So I think for both of them it's either maybe we contest game 1, maybe we contest game 2, but I don't think you can afford to have 3 games in a row where you
back-to-back champions. Match point specialist! Dark Zero, a team representing APAC South in year 2 of the ALGS, shocked the world, winning both the Split 2 playoffs and the ALGS championship. Yet, their ambitions were still unsatisfied.
Moving to MA, improved our game plan overall. We're definitely a better team than we were last year.
And their first split in NA, the reach of the Dutch Stat Challenge, as DZ struggled, and many questioned if they had made the right decision. Near the end of the split, things looked dire, but then in the regional finals, they narrowly squeaked into land qualification.
Yeah, we're just like not very used to like we're head to NA games. Like so we're going fighting against one to a big one.
Split was behind them. All that mattered now was land. Despite having to go through the losers bracket, they made it to the final line. Dark Zero had the chance to be unthinkable. The 3 peats to cement themselves as a dynasty, the greatest team of all time.
The vibes were good, but we had to adjust for the whole group.
Definitely the characters like the was very good.
Not only did DC finish in a somewhat disappointing 13th place, but their rivals TSM took home the trophy. Heading into Split 2, the conversation was no longer about the dominance of Dark Zero, but they began the split strong, showing they had begun to adjust to the style of play in North America, and then a bombshell dropped. Sharky, a longtime member of the team, retired.
It was like a pretty scuffed for third. We had like very minimal time to make rainbow, and then we got it. Like the fundamentals he showed, like the main decision. When I joined DC, I was like, it was a little nerve-wracking, you know, with the freshman of the team.
Although Zainu was such a new addition to the team with little turnaround time before the regional finals, the results were instant. Dark Zero are gonna do it! Dark Zero are gonna win it again! The match point specialist surely see this one out, and they do! But finally, the Split 2 playoffs have arrived. Dark Zero's chance to redeem themselves on the international stage is here. During their run to the final lobby, they went under the radar as TSM and Alliance stole the headlines. But all of that changed very quickly. It will be a mesmerizing play. Mika pull this off, but Jets had time now to pop that battery. Send in Zainu. Send in Jetbarden. Send the victory screen towards Dark Zero. It only took Dark Zero 3 games to reach match point. They came close to closing it out immediately after in Game 4, but ended up finally sealing the deal and winning their 3rd LAN title in the last 4 attempts. The Dark Zero dynasty was now cemented in the history books forever. Zero once again proved to be arguably the greatest IGL in history. Jen Burton answered the doubters who believed he had fallen off since moving to North America, and the rookie Zainu won a LAN in his first ever split of Pro League. And yet, the job is not finished. In year 3 of the ALGS, both Dark Zero and TSM have won a LAN, and all time they are now tied at 3 apiece.
Yes, everyone hyping up TSM obviously because this is but we are definitely the favorites. I don't like being the favorite, I like being the underdog. I think it adds to the story, you know? So, yeah, we're definitely the favorites.
I think it's just us and TSM, basically no one else. So like either or, we're gonna win.
So with our eyes now set on the championship, our Dark Zero, the favorites to win it all and claim the title as the greatest team of all time.
A heavy weight to carry, no matter who you are, the greatest team of all time. Could they do it? Certainly, if they win here in Birmingham, would have to start having that conversation. But as you can see from Zero and the rest of the team, they feel pretty confident they'll be able to lift the trophy. One person who's been following their journey and now has been following us somehow to Birmingham, UK, they may not expect, was in the stands helping to produce, create, narrate, and overall help us with catching these storylines and making sure to fill out the important moments that happen behind the scenes of these players. And it is none other than Jayhawk, who is joining us now as a surprise guest on the desk. Jayhawk, how are you feeling, man? Welcome to Birmingham, and it's great to have you working with us behind the scenes and telling these stories that are so important to educate our fans about the journeys these players go through. It's a surreal experience, honestly. I've been on the other side of the screen so many times, watching Lansing, you guys talk about all these teams, watching these moments, and actually getting to be here in person, meet all the players, and actually experience the crowd and the atmosphere, the Dreamfire fans. It's a blast. What's been the one thing that you feel separates being in LAN versus doing it? Because you make so much content on YouTube that people consume. We've consumed it in our backstage as well, prepping for some of the regions that we don't get a chance to see as much. What's the big difference that you've experienced so far being here actually in person? Just a sense of community. Like, you get to meet so many fans of teams from around the world. You get to see the players, the meet and greets, and just walking around the stadium. The coaches, the different orgs, the people behind the scenes, you guys, the talent here. The community that you get to experience being here in person, it's like nothing else. Yeah, and Mark and Dan, they can attest. We've been using a lot of not only narration for some of the videos that people have seen and may not be seeing very, very soon, but also just the fact that these stories are really what make our sport. And I'm curious to you, if this story in particular, Dark Zero TSM, you feel that there's some type of, I don't know, change in what the narrative might be? Do you think there's something surprising that people aren't expecting? Maybe TSM coming out stronger than some might think? Or do you think, Dark Zero, with their confidence, really deserve it if they are going to hoist that trophy this time? Well, the interesting part about this rivalry is that I think a lot of people, when they see these teams constantly winning, you watch from their perspective, it seems so easy. They just walk into the zone, and it seems like, well, they got lucky. They got a circle that was near them. Something just was blessed to them, and they just happened to win. But when you really delve into their gameplay and the fact that only 2 teams have been able to win a LAN, you realize that there's something unique about these 2 teams, and it's really hard to not expect them to do it again here at Champs. Yeah. And so I don't know who wins between these 2. I feel like there's an added motivation for TSM having seen Dark Zero tie it up last time. But at the same time, I know that Zero is a man on a mission. Jed Burton is ready to win. And Zainu, this kid has never lost on match point. Well, that's a hell of a record. He's only played once, but it is an incredible record to see that as well. And Jayhawk, I'm sure either way, great stories will unfold, whether Dark Zero or TSM this time around. They may get entitled temporarily, but just like in Split 1, it was all TSM, Dark Zero. They have taken it back, and it set us up for wonderful champs. Thank you so much. We hope to see you throughout the event and throughout maybe the broadcast yet again. But in terms of getting to the games, which are almost underway, we've got to lean in with our predictions. And, of course, the talent we've been talking behind the scenes, who we think is going to do well in this one. A lot of Optic Gaming's, actually. Spider Tip with a Realize, Dark Zero with Gino, who, I have to always joke with is now North America's pride because they switch regions. So he doesn't like that joke. I'm sure we like that joke. I'm not sure Mark likes that joke. Dan doesn't like it either. Yeah, Jayhawk likes it, okay? And so we've got that first one. I want to go to the final page as well. That way we can kind of digest this completely because I think, Jayhawk, you've got a pick also. Why don't you talk to us about the pick, Oxygen Esports? Talk to me about them. Yeah, Oxygen Esports is a team that, as we saw in the last Split 2 playoffs, they're a dominant force. We've seen them actually prove it on LAN. There was a big question mark going into the last Split 2 playoffs. Can they actually do it? They did it. They handled the pressure. Now the pressure's here again in a way they haven't experienced it before. But they've been a team this entire year. In Apex, there's a lot of roster shifts. They didn't choose to do that despite Split 1 only finishing in 16th in North America. When you look at the stats of what they've done so far, they are struggling in 2 areas, kills and on Storm Point. And that is what Oxygen thrives at. They were dominant on Storm
United Corey, so I went for Alliance. Maybe there'll be an outside pick, but really I wanted to pick TSM and Dark Zero. But the scary thing about this group is because TSM and Dark Zero are going to be competing, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these top teams to get points, right? Which what makes it so. That's what makes all of these other stories possibly the story that we start focusing on. Track, you have two big kind of bright lights in front of you. Maybe somebody sneaks in the darkness and the spotlight. We'll find out very soon. But for those watching, you want to make sure that you are getting what you deserve, which of course, lots of good time, but it's Switch drops. That's really what I'm talking about. Thursday is today. It's Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin time, so make sure you grab that. Hopefully you got your Crimson Striker Peacekeeper skin as well to go along with it to finish off some down opponents in game. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we turn up the heat. You'll see more people in the stands. Here you will see more action from the exclusive ALGS Championship stickers, hollow sprays, and ultimately the gun charm, which you can show off every single moment that you are playing Apex Legends. Wow. I'm so excited about this. You know what I'm very excited about as well? Something that happens to a very well-deserving player. I can tell you who it is. Yes, EA Electronic Arts has introduced the new Oz play in the world. They selected Apex Legends, and a player from this community has the representation of earning that first reward in this prestigious category of being somebody who honors the community and being a bright light, someone who is extremely supportive and obviously shows us what it means to be a true team player and a good influence. We have the votes tally. You have voted. We have found out who it is. I will reveal it in just a second. And so stay tuned for our Positive Play Award coming up on Championship Sunday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited. It's our final series of the day. We've got bracket stage after this, but one more matchup between A and C. Let's kick it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Brandon. We couldn't be more excited to be here in the
Yeah, it's really interesting talking to other teams that are participating in this matchup because, of course, everybody's looking at making winner's brackets, having a little bit of extra safety. But there's another point of focus, and that is that with the two land winners in the lobby, it's also your best opportunity not just to make the winner's bracket, but to practice for the final. Even if you jump into the basic bracket, you have the chance to make. So look out for everybody playing their best game of Apex Legends. It doesn't have to be about collecting kills. It has to be about preparing for the win. And on the score point, we're going to be starting that whole journey.
It's going to be really fun. We've got a couple contestants to keep our eyes on. Specifically, we might get that off the KD Valkyrie Ozon over at Down B, so we'll look towards that later. But I know even in the green room, over at the Grey Zone, they were talking about how it's actually really nice to start out on Soul Point as opposed to Soul Edge. They might be able to gather a lot of points for teams like Oxford and Eastward. You know, Jay Hawk was mentioning it on the deck saying they were so good at getting through Switchy Left. But think back to Switchy Left, so many of those zones pulled barometer, and they were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it was also a point in time where Vegan drops now where Vegans have been punishing for a lot of teams. We'll see how they deal with that because barometer, while it is relatively central, it's also vulnerable in that it often has to go straight through the center of the map at the same time as a lot of those teams rotating. It's not exactly like fish farms where you can skate to your side looting up and still play a nice, decent edge game of Apex Legends. So I'm wondering whether barometer will end up finding oxygen. But there are teams that I had very high hopes for coming into this land, and despite the fact that we are not quite in position to qualify for winner's bracket, I haven't fallen off that train just yet.
This is a series that needs to be the best of their life. Granted, you go to that elimination bracket, it's not over just yet. You'll be able to play your best. But that Aurora complexity at the Note cave throughout all of international scrims has been so chaotic to watch. And I can only imagine after reading the timeline between Moiraine and Impulse and Monsoon, they are just ready to duke it out. But Dark Zero nearby at the mill, should they decide to maybe third party one of the potential competitors nearby, it could throw a wrench in their game. And complexity needs to perform here today as well as Aurora.
You know the Dark Zero loves to third party, and I'll be honest, if it's me, I might hop over towards Gallant Beast, because no matter who wins that particular contest, making the lens of optics harder is going to be really important, especially as they're another
particular legend. Well, the MDY white fans surely agree with you. I can hear them in the crowd now, but we are locked, we are loaded, we are in the dropship, and as our players make their way down to store point, it is all going to start here. I love the split drop that FaZe and Nax. They grab the trident from Fishmark, drive it straight up to Launchpad, and they will be able to utilize that for their later rotation.
With the dropship starting us off in the southeast, it does mean that FaZe get that boots on the ground first advantage, which could mean a lot, especially because they already have a crafter at launch pad, and they can get so much more done in this time, using the time to craft the bats, assuming they get themselves a nice shield, so maybe even crafting up shield if they don't. It'll allow them to priority rotate. On the other side, Optic are going to be late dropping over at down to Beast. Although, looking at my map, it doesn't seem like Gunbar has chosen to contest. In fact, we've got them on screen landing instead just off to the north of the wall with the potential to rotate over to the previously unoccupied high.
That's actually not bad for them. I know
they've got plenty of cells to back up this decision making.
There, Phoenix Kid, and now we're just going to be exactly kind of just vibing, as Nine Twig would say. It's so funny we're on TSM. I saw the picture on the timeline, even from Timmy, who's playing in this lobby. I think his dad may have went over and checked out the TSM booth and traded teams, but
Yeah, he'll actually get mad about that. That's seriously territorial. They want to know, or rather, they want their children to know their support. Look out! I haven't seen Timmy's dad raised yet, but it's possible. And I will say that right now there is no need to be upset. Everybody is doing fine. We have barely dropped the team at this point, having seen the Flexi go out ages ago. Dojo are getting to play their game. The checkpoint, they've even got a beacon scan available to them. It's going to be pretty easy to rotate out of checkpoint. The real struggle will be when you eventually have to go over to money storms, where we saw the game end earlier, because that's where open ground can be a lot more punishing, and timing from the dojo, competitive experience is going to be the most important.
you mentioned their competitive experience. So we're in the group stages, and they're coming into the final series with 83 points. And you think of the threshold, they have set themselves up to advance to the winner's bracket, barring any major deviance from that. So we just need them to have a relatively solid series here, as they'll do just that. But we get this beautiful free-cam shot of Cascade. The phase is occupying the building on the left. Fulbrecht in the center. Realize just north of it. And this is actually Realize's drop spot, DOI. So they have occupied a take that, barring. Where do you think we're going to pull from that? They're trying to play the first floor building on that side in case it goes forward.
Yeah, I think it's totally understandable. And as a team with very little data, getting further into the zones, you have to play flexible positions, or rather, that's certainly a way that you can approach the game. For teams like Alliance, who are going to be working with a little bit more information, they've chosen to take the opposite route. Instead, letting the zone tell them what's up. They've already got that third ring scan, and apparently a lot of damage. Haki's opens up quite quickly with the 301. That's the post-nerf 301.
Still hit hard, running it with a lead card. But, you know, most people worry about how much light ammo they have. 453 light ammo. He should, but, you know, how,
For the moment, it'll be a nice bit to make use of, especially because the Lions are playing around the edge. The thing is, because they're not playing zones, they don't have to worry about shields as much. They will be seeing fights keep running, and ideally for Alliance, wiping them pretty quickly. We've already seen an example of them trying to take a fight. It hasn't gone all out just yet, but as the zone continues to close in, they'll have plenty of opportunity. In the meantime, however, other teams start to set themselves up for zone close, and the Skies are certainly one of them. They don't have a position in Cascade just yet, but with the additional information they were able to gather off of the ring console, they know they're at least going to be inside the third zone and can pick a fight, arguably sandwiching oxygen in between themselves and Alliance.
So they're going to need to do just that. Coming into the series with 58 points, getting better and better. 24 from the first, 34 from the second. And you usually want to average around 33 to 34 for a series, so they're going to have more than 50 points here to really solidify into that winner's bracket. But back to the dojo as they start that rotation. They have to choose one or two choke points here, and they likely will run into another team that's going to be wanting to clear out their back. And as you can see, it's going to be Optic maybe they may potentially run into.
Tough to unseat Optic, especially in choke points. There's a reason that you see Optic sitting here, and it's because of the way that they're going to be able to use Catalyst and Bangalore in this choke to deny space, to buy time and horizon to engage when they darn well feel like they're going to win. So, to push into this choke point may be a little much, but it's certainly not a decision the Dojo have to take at the moment. They have a whole other choke available to them, and this is a nice rotation for Dojo to have taken, since over towards the north side of the map isn't going to be nearly as contested, since there aren't as many teams in even optimal positions where that's possible. You did mention earlier, TSM needing to scout out other squads that come from there. They've just gotten a heads up that there will be another team coming from behind them, and we know, look at the map, that's going to be North Action moving through Command Center.
For Aurora trying to make their way just on that southern side of the ring. They are holding that very hard edge of it, which makes sense for the rotation coming from the Note cave. The only face up the right provides the easiest access to the zone, and realize Pulverex and FaZe, they have called that perfect.
This is a really difficult zone to play. And, you know, we've seen FaZe play around Cascade before. Previously, they opted into the building on height closer to where Godfrey currently sit, right around where MDY White are at. With Go Next and Interforce 36, they've taken the gamble just pulling out of Cascade onto Bunny Slope, much like Dark Zero has gambled as well. But now that everybody's going to have to cross the open ground into Cascade, there's going to be a lot of Bangalore smoke in the way, is the idea, because teams on the outside need to survive, not only need to survive each other, but all of the happy shooters in Cascade that are just going to be looking to pick up a few extra KB.
Getting a rotation in, going to that total east building before they necessarily drop down to where TSM is kind of situated by Command Center. The Dojo have finally started making their way through the choke point onto Optic Gaming. Catwall being expected an incoming frag, but the grab lift and the black hole are ready. We just need it to connect. Design has multiple arc stars. We just need some good opening damage. But once Design Full has a wingman, it could be chaotic.
19, a quick couple shots from the wingman. Do push Optic a little further away. It's a cooldown advantage that they've been able to trade out. Horizontal to buy space in answer to the Catalyst wall, and Optic do have to drop back, giving up space not ideal for them. They don't have digits to fight it, so fortunately, this Triton will provide a bit of cover, but they now find themselves sandwiched, and it's exactly the situation that Optic wanted to avoid. Dojo say, all right, well, we see that you're in a not so great position. Let's get out of here.
It's actually really respectful hitting the evacuation tower once the other team has started to get involved in Dark Zero, opting to leave their building and maybe take a nice poke at it. So Aurora is our next team to go down at the
Optic, remember, no longer have a dark veil to make this cross across the open ground easier. They can't cut off lines of sight with anything but Bangalore smoke. Even that on cooldown, so much has been used to stymie the push from Dojo, but for some reason, nobody's even shooting at Optic. In fact, it's just now that Avon even takes note, and it's because he's being shot in the back.
They should have had someone definitely angering. That is so next go down. Skittle Cakes as well. Now Dropped and Nut are going to be forced into the center of multiple teams. All of the attention is now on them, but Enter Force 36, the Dojo is occupying them and able to take them out, but they're running into trouble. Timmy and Design need to answer back.
Now, we knew when Dojo started moving off to the south, this was going to be difficult. They were going to have to fight with other teams. They must have known it as well. Oxygen going down the
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 Championships at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK. Look, I've really worked on my pronunciation. I live dangerously close to Birmingham, Alabama. Let me tell you that much. But I am so happy to be here. We are on our final series of group stages, coming off a Pulverex win in Cascade.
And a critical Pulverex win as well. Something that they, as many teams in this final lobby of the night, need to advance to the winners of bracket. Those mistakes, for those of you who are just tuning in, we're about to wrap up the group stage, at which point we will be competing for elimination. So a win, some big points laid down during the course of the next now 5 games will make you all the more secure in those to come and competing in the finals.
Yeah, Pulverex came into this series with 56 points. And we talk about that threshold, right? 92 was the split 2 playoffs that we've thrown around, but you really want to feel safe. I think Graceful said it best, 100 points plus or minus 10. But to feel really safe, we are looking for that 100-point threshold, which means Pulverex would need 44 points out of this entire series.
And I think this is where you can actually be a little bit concerned, because a win is quite good for them. It's a pretty low point win when we look at the history of group stage so far. Sentinels tied with them there, and Sentinels had a lot less points to make up. Plenty more opportunity. 2 games left on Storm Point, 3 on World's Edge. Pulverex cannot rest easy, even given the first game win. It's not giving them as much forgiveness as other wins might. So it's time to lock in and get ready for game 2 of Storm Point.
Our teams, they hit the dropship, hit the Legend Select. I'm really curious to see kind of what this is going to look like. Is it the TSM plot armor for them, or did they just get hot zone in a ring console?
Now, once again, Optic aren't going to be contested. Gunbury Tosan, one of the squads that did not get as much loot as they needed in the most recent series, are going to be forfeiting that preemptively once again. A contest we can look forward to is going to be that of Aurora. You have to imagine that even now, looking at the dropship, it doesn't seem like we've got a whole lot of trails leading towards Cenote. This dropship that took us from this time the western side of the map to the eastern has given Optic and Dark Zero even Fnatic first move, and Aurora has been left alone.
That's actually really smart of Complexity to do. They came into the series with 47 points, needing a massive series, so electing to withdraw from the contest is totally fine for them, because Pulverex already had done that. They had recently been challenging North Eption and Thunderwatch, but they knew that Jurassic was free, and that's where they went to land. And I don't know, we never really talked about TSM plot armor, but I think it's Pulverex plot armor right now, because when you look at the zone, they landed Jurassic after leaving Thunderwatch. Where is it pulling? It is going such in favor of them, and they'll have a survey beacon to boot.
It's one of the blessing and a curse things, because since you have a survey beacon, you can theoretically see where everybody is going, but because you don't have a ring console, will Pulverex even know that they should post up here? Will they get out of position, find a ring console, or get a survey scan and realize they actually should have stayed home?
That is the biggest gamble, and we saw it this morning in World's Edge, right, where so many teams went to Skyhook, taking that gamble because they didn't have information.
Yep.
And that is so challenging to make that call.
And there's another interesting point about Pulverex here. Because they've chosen to go Jurassic again, Complexity denied them a lot of loot. Typically, teams that go Jurassic will be able to loot up just to the north. This time, because Complexity are operating essentially without a POI, they've taken away a lot of Pulverex's momentum in the early game, which will make their round all the more difficult. Complexity will also have a tough time because they're operating with essentially half POI's worth of loot. But who else could have a difficult one? Dark Zero and Optic, as they zoom on past each other. Dark Zero are going to watch this happen. Perhaps follow suit. We can get a kind of car chase going on, but it doesn't look like we want to play fast and furious.
A little high speed pursuit, no big deal. They might run into each other later on, but it's all about getting the primary location early. I mean, this is honestly pretty intense.
It's a race to barometer, and it's one that Optic have won so far. They don't take that much damage on the way in, so they win the race to the building. One that was surprisingly close and adrenaline-filled for this early in the game.
The fact that down beast, Optic Gaming was able to zoom past the middle of the city was probably like, hey, I see what you're doing over there. We'd like to
awesome. I love that. 4 Apex racing games, please. Now, given that Optic have prioritized this spot very early on, they are still going to have to share space with teams like Oxygen, Landover, and Barometer. This is a game, actually. They could bring Oxygen, who had a little bit of Jayhawk's confidence coming into today's series, into the forefront of our minds.
Confidence, I have all the confidence in the world that Corey is going to be able to dodge out on the incoming frag, throwing down a couple of arc stars of their own, just trying to hold on to this building. The teams that are rotating around this area go next, Oxygen, but with it pulling to Barometer, they will have their own quickness of their preferred location. So maybe they got the Jayhawk on the death side.
They very well could have. TSM finds themselves in a contest up against GO. We know that. So there's the Newcastle right in front of us. Not a whole lot of people are running it. Burl has an off angle right now. He's on to incredible damage during the last series. Gets jumped, however, has to jump back. And Hal going low and going down could be the end of TSM.
June's not going massive there, and that is what we like to see. TSM cleaned up. Gombre needing as many points as they can potentially get. Like we said, 27 points coming into this series. And if you want that 100 points, 73 points would need to be acquired here. And I think that's almost competing with the highest score that we've seen from any of our group series matchups.
Our 2 land champions in this lobby was just taken out at the hands of a team that has yet to find success in group stage, that is not playing out of their regular POI, that has so many disadvantages, and that's how close Apex can be. One misstep from even the great TSM means that they get taken down by Gunbury Otostan, who are very much proving that even though they've had a rough go, are not to be messed around with. This is a team that I expected great things from coming into champs, and they, while they've had a difficult time, still can make that happen, still can make the finals.
There as well, and I know it's their coach's birthday today, so that would be a really nice birthday present for Coach Dan.
That would be cool. I do know that FaZe has been struggling a bit internally with their approach to the game. Boney himself was talking about how they've not been playing with a lot of confidence. It's really impacted their results. Simply not trusting that you're making the right play, being able to follow a call with complete faith that it will go well and that you'll be able to make your way out of it, means that FaZe haven't been able to put up the results that I think a lot of their fans expect from them as well. So we'll see if they're able to clean it up in this series, but we know that it's something they've got their eyes on and they look to improve over the course of the next few days. Realize this rotation down is going to take them right through the recent sight of crime, seen the crime is the word I'm looking for, of the TSM Geo fight. Hopefully onto the low ground, they should be able to take a nice evac tower if the gravity cannon fit on that one.
Still hitting that rotation, moving ever so closely towards the center of where that next ring will pool. And we start to think about the teams that have really impressive macro. You have the handful of teams that are electing to say, this is actually going to pull towards Barometer more, and you think of the open bamboo forest over there. So teams that may look to operate that, but if you go to take that too early, which you can see as GO flies just above that area, sight out a team on the bridge, and they're going to get peppered, and they're actually going to just full send the team on the bridge.
Oh my god, the confidence that it takes to jump on one. Dogma has nades all over and manages to survive with 20 HP, but instantly goes down. Jogi now on the defensive, has a castle wall in front of him, but isn't able to pick up Dogma nearly as quickly. And Pulver X, they're here for revenge. You land on should be, it's not going to go well.
Here comes the EMP from Zaku and F-Chan trying to find an angle, but when a team with a Newcastle and a Watson lands on you and they throw down that Newcastle wall, maybe start with the res. Pulver X really doesn't have anywhere to go. They were playing underneath the bridge for a reason, trying to hide away from all the teams on high ground from Barometer.
And Gummer is also having survived the initial barrage of ordinances, have everything that they need. Now with the generator behind them, it's them who unseat Pulver X, forcing them out of the open, and good lord, the shots out of that G7.
This is what I was saying. The moment that Pulver X try to move out from that bridge, they are just going to be in the line of sight. Skittlecake is going to be the one to benefit from it. But this is the type of location that GO is set up to play, utilizing the Watson fences. They already were able to throw down their Watson generator. And for Pulver X, it's all water under the bridge.
That was way too relevant.
That one's for you, Honor. I know you're out there somewhere.
And yet, not exactly what I was looking for. I will say it's exactly what they were, what Gonbario Tosan were looking for, because they now have a position that is made playable simply because they have Watson. We saw Sen do this earlier in the day, where they were able to take up spots that otherwise people really just don't want to play because they have a generator, because it's on the safer. Alliance, however, you don't want to be playing this. Akis goes low, but they're on the winning end of the fight. Yuki finds the knock on the Yuka with an arc star, and now the fight handily in Alliance's favor if they're going to go push on forward.
And this is a really wild engagement between Alliance and Fnatic because they are so close in group series points. Alliance coming in with 66 points, but they've been getting better each and every series. And as Yuki falls, it's going to be a set that needs to close the distance. He's going to hit the grappler, try to give up, but not before taking so much damage. But he's still able to get the back up, and he's able to turn around and lock onto him with the hip fire. Then hip fire with 30-30. Keep hands up with that back strafing. That's the mechanical movement we like to see out of Melcera.
Akis gets a quick res, but that is so bad to have lost effect on the push, and effect of all players who Alliance rely on so heavily. It will still mean you only have one member of Fnatic escaping, and at least temporarily, as Alliance could still give chase. But on the other side of the map, Realize are looking to make their exit from Jurassic, and with some nice smokes to cover them, could very well do it.
I realize I had them predicted as my team to win this series, and they were so close to it. But Northception, they need to win as much as they possibly can. They are sitting just on that threshold, right underneath that point cutoff for the winner's bracket. And MDY White, they're a little bit further down, but this is going to matter to them. They need every elimination as possible. When someone's sitting outside with a Braver, that is the scariest thing that you could ever expect. But Northception is able to go.
Fortunate for them, as like you say, they needed plenty of points. They will have the opportunity to make both later. See if this Kraber shot lands, but through the smoke, Sanjun just isn't seeing the same thing that we are. Ends up tossing in a quick horizon open, gets chunked out by a third party, throwing in shots from afar. Realize that to be very calculated and very fast with how they take this fight if they even want to.
Yeah, honestly, you really kind of need to. I'm just sitting here thinking about this because this is going to be an atrocious zone flying over just a little bit farther away from Barometer into that open water. The bridge is the move, and Geo called that perfectly.
Yeah, this one is going to be difficult, but MDY White, having just picked up their Gibraltar, do have a safety net. The next rotation should still take them past Realize, who have dipped rather back into Jurassic to hit a quick survey beacon. The zone does continue to make this a little bit more challenging, pulling further into Barometer, and Alliance know that very well. They just made their rotation around the outside of Jurassic, and now needing to hold the teams that would otherwise rotate in from their left from pushing in behind them. Their next move should take them down to the south and over towards the building that Optic rotated into earlier. Phase fight for their very lives in Barometer and seem to be doing, well, not so great. Bodhi's going to go down, and while there's a res on the bottom side, this isn't one of those gold knockdown shield fights that we've seen so many times today.
Where's the gold knockdown when you need one? But Zero with the 30-30 able to completely throw down and knock onto Oxygen Esports. In Oxygen Esports phase, those are the two teams fighting for their lives at the top of this series. You were talking specifically about how the presence of TSM, how the presence of Dark Zero were going to affect a lot of these teams looking to find themselves in the winner's bracket. But if you run up against a powerhouse, a titan like Zero, what can you do?
It's better to do it now, because this same team is going to be punishing you in the finals. That is a promise. Dark and Zero, playing the gravity cannon for now, are taking up a lot of space towards the south side of Barometer, making sure the teams cannot coexist around them. It looks like the same thing is true even for Disguise, who I will say have to deal with a few other squads that are looking at them, but only have one member left.
Esports, they're going to fall at the hands of FaZe, who need every elimination with that 51-point mark that they came into. And Optic Gaming, so many of our talent teams' prediction to win this series, it's like they're starting to connect a couple things together here. But as the rotation starts to move, we have a set going up against Tongku, and they're going to take them out. One fell sweep
gets a little bit more damage thrown at him. He's already used his Bangalore ultimate, so the disengage onto the low ground is smart for Sentinels. Remember, they don't have a catalyst wall now, and they're going to need to rotate up towards the north, up towards Godmore Otosan, who's playing under the bridge, need these points.
Yeah, but if no one's able to walk across the open water to challenge out on Gonbere, you have to think of who may be able to do that, because FaZe, they will have to move ever so closely, but MDY White at one point was challenging Realize on the other side of the mountain, but as that circle starts to come in, you can see Alliance, Enterforce 36, they're all being filtered straight into each other, and the frags, the nades, Effects once again utilizing the grapple to reposition himself. He's actually doing a good job here of not overextending and trying to make sure he's safe from the left.
But just like the last game, we're down so quickly to just being able to play these supply crates, and it's not enough cover for Alliance to really make an aggressive move and clear out the team that's otherwise rotating behind them. Effect still is in the line of fire, still has so little space, and Enterforce could wipe them out here and now.
And FX really needed to suppress the fire onto Enterforce 36, so Hackett was able to get the res up on Yuki, but meanwhile, Chusna, Junghee from Geo were able to...
This is the fight.
Yes, this is the good one here. We go.
At this point, it's FaZe versus Gonbere for a game-winning position, and FaZe take it. FaZe, who need the points, who are fixing the mentals, they have got confidence this time around. They've won the fight, but Zero knows how important this engagement was. Takes to the bridge using that cover of smoke and the recent bloodshed off to the eastern side.
The fact that they were able to get this bridge for free, the remnants of the
They're going.
Newcastle wall, they will keep going forward, wanting to capitalize on the already down players of FaZe. It's just like that. Zainu says, I'm here, able to shoot through the catalyst wall, and Jen Burton capitalizing on what Zero has already started. If they can survive this, they will have such a powerful position, knowing that they're cleared out, and FaZe will fall to the land champions of Split 2 playoffs.
Now, that was a marvelous push, knowing that FaZe were too weak to defend. It's great isolation from Dark Zero, and you'll notice nobody's even following up on it. Krabershot from Realize, gonna go wide. Unfortunately, not enough value out of Kraber to keep it still with them. Moving on forward, you have to think about how you're rotating the next zone. And at this point, those teams that have the bridge are going to be the most important. Alliance managed to survive. Dark Zero still hold a bit of the island, but it doesn't have nearly as much cover as they'd like. And Realize are on the push.
Probably able to take down Effect, so now we're looking at a 3v2 situation. There goes the full. This is what they need to do, but that ring is going to be at their back. They're going to keep getting forced straight to that last member of Alliance who's elected to go straight into zone. But when you have sharks in the water known as DC, they're going to look to encompass as much of that space. Let the chaos consume them. Dojo, Alliance are going to fall. And now Optic moving straight towards complexity. The same rotation that we witnessed Dark Zero take earlier.
And Ken has been challenged complexity. Optic certainly can't take it. They've got plenty of threats in front of them, and it's a certain death sentence to try and send it onto complexity. Optic are just going to have to coexist like this, and it may come down to the final circle to give these teams actually enough time to fight each other. Dark Zero, however, they can harass Realize, who are our northernmost team, with just a bit of raw cover and arguably the best endgame position that comes with the curse of also being the focus of every team in the lobby.
But so can complexity as well. They're just playing just on the left side of Optic, right out of their line of sight. When you just stuck between a rock and a hard place, Realize is obviously going to be able to shoot straight into complexity. No amount of base smoke is going to be able to protect them.
Looks like it's often a brief respite, however. Complexity, try and get a little bit more space, but this wall from Optic solves the problem we were talking about earlier about T being taken down. There are some shots being laid in on them from afar, however, and Nox has gone down. Realize they're taking a fight, and now that we have just 3 squads left, when Realize go forward, they're letting Dark Zero do the same thing, and they have to know that.
They are essentially looking for as many eliminations as possible. And Dark Zero, you know what they're looking for? A win here.
And at this point, Realize know that they're playing for second, but now they've overextended. They didn't get the full squad wipe, and they're in the line of fire of Dark Zero.
and it's been great for them. Even Jefferson looked relaxed after that game, and you can tell why. Because looking at the way that this lobby played out, Dark Zero never put themselves in a position where a fight was 50-50. Even during the last course of this game, they were taking pot shots from afar, ensuring they had an advantage, and even capitalizing on, as you'll recall, phase over at the island, an over push for Realize. It doesn't matter then who gets second, who gets third, who gets fourth. At this point, Dark Zero played for the win, and only the win is what makes them deadly, not just in these games, but on match points.
Let's take a look back at that final circle so we can relive that winning moment. Kind of just a few steps back, right when we were at 4 squads remaining, they were already sitting on 6 eliminations, and Triple Red sharing out the light ammo. Look all about the light ammo.
Now, they don't have the same kill feed as we do. This is an anonymous vote for them. But looking at it from this perspective, even assuming equal information, knowing that you have 3 squads left, as soon as you start seeing knocks, Dark Zero knows that the fight is going down, and it's just as quickly that they drop the Dark Veil. As soon as drop goes down, although, of course, they don't know that it's dropped, the evac tower actually adds an extra element to this, giving them a vantage point should they need it over the Dark Veil and access to a little bit more of an easy entrance over the previous Dark Veil of, I believe it was Optic. From then on, it is just a matter of digging through the smoke. How many times have we seen this recently? In a Bangalore Bloodhound meta, digis are golden, literally, and, but no, I guess it's only figuratively, but it's figuratively in multiple ways.
You know, I heard Digi's going to be in the crafter later this week, so things are going to get to be a little bit mixy in there. You can see we've got Zero's dad, we've got Jen Burton's dad and mom, and everyone so happy to be here front and center to support Dark Zero. That's what we love to see. Honestly, it makes me super happy. We have all of the family. Bane earlier from Oxford Esports, I was walking by and I saw Bane, and then I saw, Bane's dad, Bane's mom on the backs of their shirts. Just like, I don't know, it's just
I mean, it's the best part of the event. I don't know how many times we've talked about it during the course of our casts, because we talked about Timmy's father earlier being your support. And it's wonderful to see the support of the crowd, of the fans, and most importantly, from those that you grow up with your whole life. And having that has certainly inspired confidence in a lot of teams, inspired their best. Dark Zero, perhaps not achieving a completely dominant game, but you'd be mistaken for thinking that it was a 30-plus point game after the way that it finished, because this squad never felt out of control. And I'll tell you who did make other teams feel out of control is Realize right behind them. This was a great game for them. And Tim, I have to hand you credit. You may not have predicted Dark Zero, but Realize was not a bad choice.
I've definitely been keeping an eye on them throughout international scrims. They can have really strong performances when it matters, and yes, they're pretty much solidified to find themselves in that winner's bracket. But starting out from Cascades on Stormpoint, I thought they would have really strong rotations. So far, the zones have been ever in their favor, and Sentinels as well, 4 points on the back half of this. But Fnatic, so close on the cusp of the winner's bracket qualification. They need to have maybe a back half of the 4 game at least, 10 to 15 points per game.
Yeah, with one more storm point, I mean, who's to say what happens? We do know that you can get a little bit unlucky in fights, and seeing how things played out towards the north of the zone this time, you do kind of have to chalk it up to bad luck for Fnatic. There are plenty of things to improve, but at this point, you're just looking towards the next couple of games, because as you say, the gap is small.
As we look through the top 3 teams of the match 2 results, Dark Zero with 5,100 damage, Optic Gaming with 4,400, and these are the 2 teams that land down Beast in the mill respectively, who started out match number 2 in the top pursuit of the Trident race to Barometer and fought tooth and nail throughout. So it's so nice to see them there in the top 3 with Realizing 3,900. And these are all about similar eliminations, right?
Yeah.
8-7, impressive.
It's not that far away, and honestly, it demonstrates the value for DC and Optic of getting to a POI early in an active position. That POI, even though they had What's up, everybody? I'm We the People. We have Cole here, a special guest, all right? He hosts the Japanese ALGSs live on Twitch, and my man has an absolute insane production here. Can you tell us a little bit about the Japanese community and how well received Apex is?
Actually, I think it's one of the biggest community in the world. Actually, like our broadcast is being watched by like 60,000 people, like average. Yeah.
So it's 60,000.
Yeah. Yesterday, like highest was 50 or like 60,000 people watching Apex.
That is insane because when you picture 60,000 people, like you can't even count that, you know? So that is absolutely insane. And I got a question. What got you started in Apex? Like why Apex?
Yeah, I used to play FPS games a lot, and then like the Apex is a very like speedy, and I really love that. So I think yeah, I used to broadcast like a professional baseball or like a professional soccer in Japan. So it's like a I don't know, I just it's like a I'm very confident like when I do mentoring job on Apex.
I love that, man. And you absolutely kill it. My final question is, so the Japanese community is amazing, right? Anytime I have a tweet blow up, it's nothing but positivity, right? Why do you think the Japanese community is so positive? It's amazing, man. It's so beloved. Like, it's such a great addition to Apex.
I don't know, we have a lot of you know the otaku, like Japanese like strong, enthusiastic fun. They like they have like really love the they're really like a fun community is getting bigger and bigger.
Love it, man. Well, it's amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Great to meet you, my man. Keep killing it, all right? That's all we got.
Super interesting. Always getting all the good information from the people around the stadium. So much cool things going on. So thank you, people, for checking into that. For those of our viewers that are here in the UK watching from home, we'd like to welcome you back as we get ready for match number 3 because we have identified that there were some issues with some Twitch servers around the world that could affect your local region. If that does happen to you at home, please switch to YouTube as YouTube is currently unaffected by this situation. Now, with that out of the way, guys, let's start thinking about match number 3. We're so
team. It is everybody who's in his line of sight. This is a 2x as well. Surprisingly accurate with the triple take at these ranges. Now, for the meanwhile, Dojo are setting up. We still got plenty more squads and adaptations to zone that need to occur. Let's go ahead and bring up the map soon, because that's where it's going to be really important to note that Alliance have actually made the big brain play that you were talking about.
That next zone is actually going to pull directly towards Alliance. So think of that mass exodus of all of the teams that favored High Point. That's the gamble when you don't have that next zone information. But Alliance, they took the risk, knowing that Lightning Rod has been their POI for so long. But for teams like Oxygen Esports, who needed a very strong performance here, rotating out of Barometer on Stormpoint, a Lightning Rod zone is their worst nightmare.
And not everyone has this information yet. Oxygen, in fact, are still fighting teams that, oh my lord, are trying to make their way through and into High Point. We'll see how this fight turns out, and then we'll start considering what the other teams are.
Esports still trying to inch ever so closely towards that zone. Time is of the essence, ammo is of the essence, and Aiden looking to make every bullet count, trying to navigate the doorway, catching teammates off guard. He was about to try to shoot him in the back, but not before Complexity was able to put suppressive fire. But Bane taking to this guy, jumping around. The sky is just dancing throughout the building.
Aiden gets chased, and suddenly the hunter becomes the hunted. Plenty of damage on Cody, the last member of Complexity. That's another squad taken down back. In our first of this game, as Oxygen retains their highest of high ground on Stormpoint. Now we have to turn our attention to the teams that will very soon be finding out that the high points they invested in so heavily is no longer the place to be.
Dark Zero usually has at least 2 evacuation towers, and the likelihood of them going out here now would be so strong if they can gather where that is going to happen, right? They'll throw down a back tower, maybe grab Lich and jump halfway up and try to rotate maybe towards somewhere that could have been free. But for the teams that are late arriving, they're going to have a completely free eastern side of that next zone.
These guys start pushing up on Sentinels in front of them. Both these teams for the lane rotate, both hoping to frag out. A quick wall bounce from Luke gets him out or dodge. Or Bangalore really becomes a problem. Does land a little bit of damage and pushes Disguised back. But it's up to Sentinels to take that space and do with it what they will. What they've chosen to do is retreat on the other side of this engagement.
I like this though, because you think of the north side of Stormpoint being the highest elevation on the map, and this climb to Thunder Launch is atrocious. Should they not work their way up and start getting into cover now, they run the risk of Disguise pushing in on them, but they're actually
So much KP here. So much KP. We should Bagel. You want me to go? I think Bagel did. Okay, Bagel did it. Look for the KP. Yeah, look for the KP. Let's be up here. On the other side of the map. 3 fucking Bengals. Right here, take him right here. Let's go, right there. Get it. Yeah, right there. You can't do anything. Look at zone, look at zone. Look at. They're running over there. Oh shit, I have no energy. Crack, kill this one. Make cracks. One shit at me. I need heavy. I don't have any heavy. Here, drop the 40 right here. Look at these guys. I think we can walk up and just play like wait, pull my ball. This is team and lightning round. Can we take the building, bro? No, I'm a wall. Alright, just follow it. We just followed it. I have 2 cells, 1 bat. And 1 bat. Here. Yeah, I have 1 bat, 1 cell. I have 1 half on purple zone. We take this. Just get them in.
Well, the skies are safe for now, but it looks like Lou just needs some energy. Meanwhile, Dark Zero were able to take out TSM and move ever so closely towards that next zone. Having that building and everyone needing to push towards them is going to give them the opportunity to rack up so many eliminations. But in the end, Alliance is poised for perfection.
They are the home court advantage team. Alliance should win this game 10 out of 10 times. It's the fundamentals of Apex Legends. Your POI should be your strongest point. And yet, with Dark Zero right ahead of them, can you actually challenge this squad that has achieved so much and that has slaughtered in group stage? Pulver X is certainly trying to contest the high ground, not against Dark Zero, but they're not exactly succeeding either as they're quickly put down by Sentinel. Pulver X are pushed right back down, but the first knock belongs to them, and Koipel, on very little HP, could still be swung on and taken out.
Well, the issue is FaZe is just above them, firing down at Sentinels. They're getting sandwiched, and just like that, they will be eliminated. Disguise are rotating into the mix. This is going to be oxygen, and they're going to fall at the hands of a mix of all the teams. Now, Disguise, Dark Zero, still kind of coexisting in this building prior to having to move, so we're looking towards where that zone is going to pull from, because where Alliance is situated, they have to cross a bridge to get across. Pulverex, who were able to walk in just from the most southeastern side of this zone for free earlier on, basically gifted that ability to stay safe with just a little bit of
Here, though, for Alliance would be such a big boon, and they're so close to achieving it. Statistically, they should achieve it, and it could push them into the winner's bracket, even after a difficult group stage so far. But you have to overcome DZ, who have been unmoving, even after they had to make a difficult rotation in. How do you even unseat this squad, who now has no lines of sight onto them, and who knows that there is one team on this bridge, Alliance, who they can bully?
They need to get DZ off the high ground because Jen Burton is holding angles impeccably, putting so much pressure on them, even though they have a trident for cover, even though they have that supply bin. Hackett on the bank floor is only going to have at most 2 smokes to utilize, so they'll be able to keep trying to time them, but I think they're going to start moving. But F-Chan and Co, they are the first that have to move towards the building.
Now I will say Pulverex actually had a really nice spot because of the small amount of cover that's going to be afforded to them at the boxes that Alliance are running towards. This is the fight that'll mean a game, but Alliance lose Hackies before it even starts. Yuki's not able to play, has to run right into Disguise, and Alliance are falling apart.
Yeah, but this is all about Doof right now. Doof, who was recently trying to get into this more, was coaching for a little bit, puts together this team, gets signed by Disguise, and has made it towards champ. We are looking for a winner's bracket run for them.
Oh my God.
All of the Dark Veils being expended, everyone dropping them. Alliances will fall first, and Pulverex still utilizing the cross-section of theirs and are maintaining the boxes and undercover.
We are drawing out hieroglyphs with these Dark Veils, but Dark Zero takes no prisoners. Alliance go down. Top 3 is there. Disguise walk up on Dark Zero, take them out, and it's just Pulverex in the way. Pulverex, who could find another win on score point. Shunmi goes down, but Disguise go out first, and Pulverex take their second win.
They needed that second win coming into this series in 29th place. We were talking about would that first win with 6 eliminations be enough, but they carried that momentum forward.
say they've been doing it without talking. They've been talking the way that it matters in games. 2 out of 3. That is a pretty good record for any Apex I've ever played in terms of win rate. Overx continue on. What has been a Cinderella story from the very beginning of a team that's been a fan favorite has yet to cross that finals threshold and make sure that they have a chance at the end of the day. But I think that this could be a starting point, And again, it's just nice to see Polarex having their moment in the sun. They're always a team that represents APAC so well and also just gives us good vibes whenever they're playing.
They are, no matter how many of them are there, they will absolutely be putting their whole heart into it. And, sometimes group stage, it can just be a little bit of a warm-up in some ways, right? Or just a chance to get things right, to work through any issues the team has got, and get you ready for when it matters, when all the money's on the line.
One of the things they're so good about is positioning and getting into those top 5s, like Gino mentioned, as 2 or as 3. And they're also great at making us smile. But one thing I want to talk about is a little bit how they did it. And let's go to Graceful for our final zone and recap how Pulverex was able to take their second game out of 3 as we play that. Walk through what you saw on Catalyst playing, and obviously Pulverex taking on a good fight against the Skies.
So the absolute biggest thing that we all take notice of is that Alliance should win the game. They put themselves in a bad spot. Pulverex took the best spot, in my opinion. The only thing that most teams aren't disciplined. Pulverex, however, is a different team. They held that bones super well. They knew the play from Alliance was only one thing they could do. They denied that by immediately peeking the wall, so that Alliance could have just walked to the short wall. You're gonna see it right here soon. You see the one on the far right side right there, where the wall is crossed. That's where they're aiming to get to those exact boxes, and they're just holding. They're not even stepping up aggressively. They're just holding hands, playing their spot. Don't do anything too rash. We win this for free if we hold hands, and they're just super disciplined. The Apex team so far today have been wow.
Yeah, and this is what you said in terms of mechanics, right? And macro, you were talking about how they work so well together as a unit for APAC specifically.
Yes. So teams in general tend to have, especially when you play comps that aren't like their comp specifically, as you can see, is really team oriented. Like you can play more aggressive team comps like Flat on Back, which is like everybody's trying to make a play, and it's really hard to keep synergized, like staying synergized. Like oh, I'm scanning something, or I smoke something, we need to swing this, and they're off timing. But when you play comps like this, and they know what their role is on the team, amazing work staying together. And you're talking about making plays as well. You can see Shunmei going past the Catalyst wall first, right? And in those end zones in the current meta, it is very important that your Catalyst player can make those plays because, of course, that is the one legend that can cross the opposing catwalk without encountering that stun.
Exactly. Yeah. Obviously, match 3 ended up in a Pulverex win, but a lot of teams in the mix. As we take a look at an interesting, great chart here as well. Ben, what are you seeing? Pulverex to Skies, the team that's recently been signed. Welcome, Skies Toast, to the esport of Apex Legends. Duplex Lunax, not a bad squad to have with you, and also Dark Zero staying in the mix at top.
No, not at all here. Skies, of course, getting their return. What feels like took a little bit longer than expected, but trust me, there's still 3 great matches to go here. Dark Zero, though, continuing to clutch at the heels of many, walking away with 5K plus out of that game is nothing to shy away from, and they truly were the pressuring factor in this lobby, truly driving what occurred, even if they weren't walking away with that win.
It's hard to overstate how important it is and how impressive it is to continually get top 3, top 5s in these ever-changing lobbies, not just because of the skill level that is so high, but also the circumstances that you have to overcome, whether it is that early game where there's a lot of zone rotating teams fast, or those teams that like to play a little slower, going against new challenges. That is something Dark Zero has somehow found a way to overcome. First place yet again, Gino, but Pulverex with those 2 wins has found their way back into second. Bottom 10, though, have a conversation with me at least at something that you poke out here. Aurora, obviously, they've had some new swaps here. Fire Beavers formerly coming in playing within Dojo. Maybe expecting a little more. What's standing out to you so far?
Yeah, as the we can take away from you there. Yeah, look, my memory is telling me that there was a couple of teams there that obviously need to push a little bit further, right? Because obviously what we're worried about with some of those teams in the bottom 10 there, right, Rain Day, is that they're not going to make it through to the winners bracket final, right? And that's where the overall score will come in.
And that too is kind of where you start to run out of time. I mean, we don't want to say anything in terms of the tournament because you still have tomorrow, even if you're in the losers, or excuse me, the elimination bracket 1, or if you're in the winners finals. Elimination bracket 1 starts
starts to get scary. That's when you have to really maybe consider changing a lineup, changing a drop zone, because you know you could be going home if you don't get it right. And that's where you sometimes don't want to be, because that means you can't practice stuff that when you're winning, you don't have to change, right? You can basically continue to do what is working for you. One thing I do want to talk about in terms of changing, though, Grace, where you teed up something that these players didn't necessarily decide, the game did, in terms of changes in our legend competitions. Walk me through what has happened so far between Split 2 just a month and a half ago in our playoffs and now in terms of how the game has changed as far as legends.
So Split 2 in general, Seer was very strong, insanely strong. Let's even talk about Seer in general, is that he just brought so much to the team that they just played him regardless, because you have 30 seconds wall hack, you have HP knowledge as well, you cancel stuff as well. He was just so oppressive that you had to pick him. If not, you could actually lose the fight just by not having him on the team. Yeah, you can see the pick rate right here as well. Seer's pick rate was sky high, and this season now is super low, right? Bangalore and Horizon, however, stays super viable due to the fact that almost the same as Seer, but not as oppressive, brings so much to the team. Bang can frag, she can play slow with her ult, she can, help with macro due to smokes, she has everything, right? Horizon brings a completely different thing that no other Legends has, is that she brings verticality to teams. And that's the biggest reason why people pick her. Sure, her passive is god tier for fighting, and she's just a good solid fragger, but the verticality, so many souls end where one good option opens up, like on a ceiling due to a bangle, which is why you play her with bang as well. You just bangle, they're forced to drop off or to rotate away because you will die. If you get 3-man stunned, you're just dead on 3-man Horizon can bounce and you're just immediately dead. Right? Split 2. So now looking into this season here, we see Catalyst Bangler Horizon. Once again, Bangler Horizon so strong. Catalyst just adds on to that. Now, instead of just being oppressive in fighting due to Seer, now we're adding the defensive capabilities to the characters and also more macro to wall. But Catalyst actually opens up the, if you get a spot, you can play this comp on Edge, you can play this comp in Soul, you can play anywhere because you can block her down, you can play Edge, you can do everything. It's just so viable. And speaking of that, we also see more legends here, such as loud number of offensive comps, Fuse, Crypto, Lucas, and GB. You know, would you want to take a head on Fuse for me, maybe? Why do we see more of Fuse specifically tied to maybe specific maps? Yeah, exactly. He's definitely getting more play on Wilton Edge right now. How I'm doing it at the moment, he's almost like a long-range caustic, right? In the way that he annoys teams, the way that his utility is useful, because we do see a lot more building end zones in Wilton Edge, and so the knuckle clusters just come out so annoying at poking you into corners, doing damage, stealing those shield cells away from you. I gotta ask, Grayson, did you ask him about Fuse because he's Australian? Is that why he threw straight to him? He just skipped Ben for some reason. I swear to God, I mean, come on, really. I mean, I don't want to have that on this desk. Okay, everybody has parity here. All jokes aside, I think obviously when you look at these teams, you've seen also Crypto drop a little bit to become a little more niche. 15% in Split 2, now down to 7%. We've seen Bloodhound join the fray, who is completely unplayed, and that's been something that I think teams have figured out this wiggle room time. But as we settle into what is going on for the rest of the tournament, I think you will see that these squads, these legend choices become even more refined and settled in. So keep watching, and we will define this meta even more over these next 3 days. But of course, one thing that's already been defined is my favorite segment of the day. You know what I'm talking about. It's WD Black. What's in your pack? And today, Zephyr, I'm going to lean in with you because this one, you just got to talk about it when you see it. It's the Kraber. Walk us through what this weapon brings to Apex. Whether it's the pressure of a single shot alone or a quick 360 or 720 skill shot, the Kraber is something like no other. The pressure that this, and I would say line of sight, brings to the table is something that is unparalleled to any other weapon in the game. As a heirloom option, it has now found itself more commonly, especially in the early game with changes we saw just a few seasons ago, which means the threat is always lurking, especially with new skirmishers also joining the pack. It lets everybody know that Kraber is in action. Let everybody see it in action. And you got to see that a little earlier, Gino. That clip's been going viral already. Man, that was one of the best moments of my casting career. I know it was one of MT's favorite moments probably in his career. He was in disbelief, but sometimes it's not even just the ammo, it's the sound ringing out. That's how much fear it will put in the minds of your opponents. Just hearing the sound of Kraber. We've all been there as
so we'll continue to see how these weapons, how these legends affect the remaining 3 games. Remember, we've only got 3 more before we have set up our elimination brackets and our winners brackets tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. Of course, if you want to keep in touch with everything we've got going on Apex Legends-wise, make sure to follow us on X, I guess, Twitter, whatever you want to call it at this point. The one that we all use to talk about stuff esports-wise, at Play Apex Esports. That's right, of course, Play Apex on Twitch and, of course, on YouTube. What a phenomenal day we have going on. We are heading into our next and our final 3 games. We are switching maps, and I believe our casters are ready for us as well. So let's kick it off. It's Dan Gaskin. It's Mark Hatcher. They're ready to end the day strong. We are so ready to get this going, and it is going to be not just the end of the day, but the end of group play as well. Tomorrow is where bracket play kicks off, but before we get that, Dan, we're going to find out which side of the bracket these teams are going to be in.
Yeah, thankfully, I've got lots of mathematicians behind the scenes who are helping me keep everything updated, but I can tell you about 15 teams are locked in to the winners bracket, which would leave only 5 places remaining. Remember, we were talking about the Pioneers watching on? They're in 20th position at the moment on 91 points, so the cutoff may be around there, so that's very scary for Pioneers.
Well, this is going to be where we're having the action take place. It's been the end of Storm Point, and now we move over to World's Edge. And if you're a Pulverex fan, you're probably hoping we play Storm Point until the end of time. 2 wins for them. Dogs here, of course, getting that customary win, as you would expect from one of the best in the world. But World's Edge certainly poses a different proposition for this team.
It does, but it's great news for Pulverex, who at the Split 2 playoffs performed far better on World's Edge. So now they're going to arguably one of their better maps, then maybe Pulverex can just get over the line here. Because I can tell you, Pulverex are currently tied with Pioneers on 91 points. The teams that we're looking at, those bubble teams, we're looking at the likes of Pulverex, 100 Thieves, Dojo. These guys are around the kind of 15th to 18th at the moment, but the teams that are below them, they're going to be trying to overtake them. Go Next, Fnatic, FaZe, Northeption, Tom, Young Kung, and Alliance, all trying to break into that top 20.
You can see the Hall of Champions in front of you. The question is, when we get to Sunday evening, who is going to be the champion of the ALGS Championships? We're going to find out who's going to be going to which side of the bracket, who's going to be in the winners, who's going to be in the elimination. Taking a look at our drops on World's Edge, Dan. What do you like the look of?
Well, there's something I don't like the look of, and that's Dojo versus Alliance. I was saying that Alliance are just about there. They're on 90 points at the moment, but that's probably a better spot than Dojo find themselves in, who are just a little bit further behind. Actually, sorry, they're a little bit further ahead. They are on 93, so both of our 2 bubble teams are going to be competing against each other on drop, and that will naturally rip points away from one of them.
That's somewhat terrifying, to be honest, for both of those teams. Alliance who have been through it, Manny doing his job and filling in beautifully for them yesterday, but now the young effect is back, and you have to question if he's going to be able to get back on the lineup and do what he does best, send them through to the winners' side of the bracket. Sentinel's another team to keep an eye on here, Dan, as well as FaZe. Like you mentioned, they need a couple more games to solidify their position in that winners' side. Well, match 4 is live here in Birmingham. It's trying to get underway.
Time to get those legends selected and see if anyone's going to go for anything out of the blue. But I think at this point, it's crunch time. This is when you need to be playing your best composition possible. However, you might notice in the top left of your screen, Dark Zero feeling a little bit confident, and they're going to be going for something a little bit different. I see a Revenant on my screen.
And of course, it's Zero who's going to be playing on Revenant by the looks of things. We'll have to get confirmation we're getting game if that is going to be the case. That certainly throws somewhat of a spanner in the works. But all eyes, understandably, as we see the teams coming out of the dropship here, Dan, are going to be on thermal station. Are we going to see Alliance and Dojo duking it out for that spot?
So Alliance on 90 points, Dojo on 93, and if we believe that the cutoff may be around 98, I think is where J-Links are, then this is going to be a situation where one of these teams has to make sure they can bully the other enough just to get that extra 5 points or so to take them over the line.
Both teams out of the dropship. Keep eyes fixed on our map overhead we have in front of us to see if that contest is going to be going down. And of course, next is going to be going over to the tree and might even think about a little third party if they get their loot just in time. But looking elsewhere, yes, indeed, we are going to have the contest going down. It's Alliance versus the Dojo, and Hackers and Effect both down to barely any HP.
Barely any at all. As now Hackers is going to go down. It's going to be Yuki and Effect against the entire Dojo roster, and this could be a fight that potentially sends Dojo
Dojo into the winners bracket, really, with how many points they've already been able to get. The enemy's already taken a lot of damage here. Does manage to get spikes down low. That's going to be a problem for whoever's inside. And Alliance at the moment just hoping for a gun, and they're not even going to be able to get one of those by the looks of things. Yuki going to fall as well. One more player that goes into Lynch Alliance from what has been their home for so long, and the line was hungry. Alliance eliminated, and the Dojo stand up and let them know. I mean, that puts Dojo to 96 points, one behind 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves and Jay Links, they're two teams that are kind of watching on saying, have we done enough? Are we going to be able to be in that winners bracket? Elsewhere, Optic Gaming also in a fight down towards Stacks, and it looks like they're going to win their contest against Confetti Artisan. So Optic also holding strong, and they are one of those teams who currently hold one of those winner bracket spots. I mean, they were looking good coming into this, 89 points before they even started this series. And you can see 24 they've been able to put down after 3 score point matches.
Well, this is where we're going. You can see the circle. You also get a little bit of free console information to show us where we're going to be going. And for teams like Sentinels, who mentioned, who really need to solidify a position with a good game, and the same can be said for FaZe, this is a great zone for them. That high ground on the eastern side of the zone is going to be so vital to hold them.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one. Like Dojo winning that fight, but now you've got to try and make your way all the way to the northeast side, and you've got to go through quite a few heavy hitters to get there. Dark Zero are going to be moving fast though from Harvesters, so perhaps they're not going to be too much of a worry. You might catch a few teams who are starting to get a little bit desperate now that might start playing a little bit more risky, potentially going for more KP, recognizing that if they just try and play placements, it could just be a little bit too difficult with some of the heavy hitters in this lobby.
Well, here's a look at Epicenter just outside of it. One of those teams who are going to be making their rotate and playing for this eastern side, and some of that high ground is going to be FaZe. Complexity at the moment stuck in a little bit of an in-between situation, caught their rotate. This truck is probably going to be good for the long term, but we all know at this point how hard it is to hold down this truck, especially with so many fuses in the lobby as well.
Yeah, it was hard enough back in the day before Fuse was even involved, but now with Fuse being so heavy in the meta, just going to be bombarded throughout. So Sentinels, try as they might, we'll have to see how it goes down, but as we can see, 26 points on the board for them. They've already secured a winners bracket spot as well with their performance, so as long as they've been doing the map from the back, they should be very confident going into World's Edge.
Fnatic making their rotate as well. Been a bit of a quiet tournament for Fnatic so far, somewhat of a surprise to see them as low as they are, and it's looking like potentially an elimination bracket run for them after their strong performance in the Split 2 playoffs, but we know the talent on that team, we know they'll be able to put it together. You would imagine they will be making a long run of trying to get back in that finals themselves. TSM, let's take a look at them. They do have ring console information, and you can see at the moment, they're just going to be set up outside of Overlook, playing the height on this tower, holding anyone else who's trying to rotate behind.
Of course, TSM already qualified into that winners bracket with the points they were able to accrue even before this series started, but this is a chance to play in what is a very competitive script for them in a way against the best teams in the world, and making sure they can stay on top. TSM don't just want to coast through to the winners bracket, they want to dominate into that winners bracket so they can show why they believe they are the best team in the world still.
Two teams who are surrounding them, the team that Hal's looking at in that building, that is going to be FaZe. Behind them is going to be Go Next Esports. Also making their rotate to Overlook at the moment is going to be Disguise. You can see them just at the top of your screen right now as we see the Overlook of the POI itself and where all these teams are trying to fight for position elsewhere. Realize they're over on landside. The outfit at the moment, but Tom Young Khan, they're in Skyhook. A little bit of fight going down here with Aurora.
Yeah, they're closing in on having a real shot in that winners bracket as well. How they've been playing and how the points have been going, they're projected to be in that winners. Just adding an extra bit of KP will increase their chances even more so. So a couple of early fights, a few contests going down, but this is really important that everyone is just locked in going into World's Edge, because there are still squads that can leapfrog you, even if you might be projected to get into that winners bracket. You mentioned a team like Fnatic, for example, even though they are very far behind, a couple of wins, and suddenly they can be up there and snatching one of those spots off.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to think that this is almost over, right? But there's 3 more games, and we know how many points you can accrue. Wouldn't surprise me to see in that last game someone make a late run and steal away one of those winners bracket spots, and the other side, somebody lose out on it. Tom Young Kong trying to hold off Aurora, who are going for that banner at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that they got it. The question is, can they get the res and get back to a 3, or is this going to be the end of the game for them? 90 Pulse will go down. He will be finished off here as well, and Tom Young Kong, once again, just on top in this fight.
Yeah, they've really impressed me throughout this tournament. Right on day one, we saw a couple of end circles that they were dominant force as we move forward further into the bracket, and they should be good to get into that winners bracket as well. Now they can just hold up here at Skyhook, maybe look for that final player, but eventually they will continue their journey over towards Epicenter and further. Aurora still alive in the lobby. It was Orain who managed to get away. Should be able to get back and maybe secure the banners, unless somebody on Kung want to just close for a few more moments to see if they can pick up that extra KP, or certainly make sure that Aurora aren't a threat to them on their rotate by letting them back into the game. Elsewhere, as you can see on the map overhead, right the northern side around Survey Camp, you have Fnatic spread pretty wide at the moment, just controlling multiple positions. Realize making their move through Epicenter as well. A little bit of maybe a fight starting to break out inside of Fragment. You can see between Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who, like I said, maybe wish the world then looked a lot more like Stormpoint after their previous performance in the 3 games. But Fnatic, I feel like pressure on their shoulders here in these 3 games now. Yeah, they're split at the moment. Fnatic only a 2 here. Their final player is over towards Survey Camp, so they have to be very careful that they don't get involved in an engagement too soon. Otherwise, they might just be run off on. But I think what they're doing is using that 3rd player as kind of a scout to ensure that they own this north side of the circle. They're not going to be pressed by anyone arriving through the ring. You saw when we had the map overhead as well, a few teams kind of banking over towards the east, closer to Overlook on the northern side of that circle that was coming up. There's going to be a lot of open ground in this final circle, which is not going to be able to be held in the early stages, and that's going to mean we're going to lose a lot of teams kind of round 4-ish when they're trying to break their way in and they're being contested by all the guys that have already found space. So expect there to be a lot of action in the kill feed once we do get there, but for now, there's plenty of space to play. Oxygen Esports on our screens at the moment, we talked about how the expectation for this team has shifted after their performance in the Split 2 playoffs, and we're going to have to see if they can adapt to that new pressure, the newfound expectation that's been put on their shoulders. A couple of good games here would maybe just restore a little bit of parity to what is expected of them. But they're going to have to deal with Enter Force 36 and Pulverex. We're going to be pretty close to them at the moment. Aiden's going to be hoping that Reed Scan's going to give them the information this building is clear. So for now, we'll be safe. It looks like they might be playing for a little bit of recon. Oxygen in the overall is on about 61 points at the moment. So that's 30 plus off of what we think would be the cutoff. And it's achievable. You've also got to do it whilst no one else is getting those points as well. So you're probably going to need about 40. I think if you're around the 100 mark, you're all but guaranteed to be in that winners bracket. And that is achievable for Oxygen. But we heard what Jayhawk was saying on the desk earlier. Stormpoint is where they seem to thrive, but not World's Edge. Well, here's the fight breaking out. And it is going to be the Skies who are finding the end of the vault from Burhouse. TSM cleaned them up so comfortably. And that Dark Veil was almost perfect there for him to poke through Burhouse and get those kills on board. TSM fans back in the building. It's been allowed after the Dreamfire fans have dominated the crowd all day long, but it's great to hear some other chants. 10th place at the moment in this series are TSM, but they still hold one of the power positions in the overall standings. And they're in a good spot as well, over towards Overlook. They can hold this eastern side of the circle for quite some time. It's only Go Next who are kind of near them and around them. You can see the pings that are happening. TSM are very aware of how much space they have to cover at the moment. They have to just apply pressure in the right areas, do damage to the right teams to ensure that they can continue to hold that spot. Just looking at the kill feed there, you can see Reeds has gone down on Oxygen Esports. The question is, can they get the res? Should be able to, as the knock did come in from distance with that scout. Go Next, just playing down on this low ground at the moment, kind of trying to rotate underneath the position that TSM just took out the Skies from. No targets as yet. Dark Zero, though, number 1 next to their name at the moment. And I've got to say, Dan, coming into this tournament, understandably, a lot of talk about Dark Zero being the favourites to maybe take this event home. Well, their performance so far, they are backing up a lot of people's predictions. I mean, even Dark Zero themselves said that they believe they were the favourites. Zero will tell you who win anything. Exactly, but even Jen Burton was saying, we feel like we're the favourites, although I'd probably rather be the underdog coming into the tournament, because it does apply that extra little bit of pressure onto your shoulders, but it doesn't seem like it phases them. Dark Zero have been excellent so far this tournament, showing the same consistency we've seen for the past couple. We'll have to see if it carries on into bracket play, because group stages is one thing, but when it gets to pressure situation in bracket play, that's an entirely different scenario. Now, circle, it's moving down, it's moving away from where TSM and Dark Zero were kind of thinking of, and does play into the hands perfectly, really, of Optic Gaming. I was going to say, it also plays into the hands of the Dojo, because Dojo were crafting on their way towards zone. southern side of the zone. They're going to be on the slow side of it. Fnatic, though, they're on the opposite end of things. They have to take some fights and fight their way through the lobby. Team they're going up against right now is going to be MDY White. As is trying to get some damage down, but MDY White at the moment holding strong, but they don't have the shields really to contest unless Fnatic make a mistake here. Again, aggressive are MDY White. They will send it out, maybe to try and catch them off guard. The Fnatic were there waiting, ready. You can get the first one, and MDY White looks like it's going to be all bad news for them as they get eliminated. Fnatic are able to hold strong and in good timing as well, because round 3 about to close. So Fnatic, they held the northern side and they are rewarded for their push. They should be able to reset before anyone else gets involved. You saw the reps from distance there with the knuckle cluster managed to get them down as well, but not able to convert on it. The goal knockdown will certainly be good enough to get Fnatic back and ready to fight. Aurora are kind of hovering in the vicinity as well as we take a look at where we maybe expect this zone to be ending. Oxygen Esports, who are probably thinking, hey, this zone is going to be a very tough one for us to rotate into. But the shift that we've seen, are probably thinking and feeling a little bit more confident than they were a few moments ago. If they have that information on the ring console, then they'll be feeling very happy. But I'm not sure they will be able to get one looking at their comp. So it would have just been a survey beacon they would have to work with. Reed playing Bloodhound. They are going to get aggressive now, get on top of this building. And you can see into the hunt they go as Reed wants to be the leading character here and wants to get involved in the fight. Aurora eliminated in the meantime, and here goes Reed. Pops in, does that huge initial damage. The Arc Star he has to avoid. The spray is pretty good, but it's not ending this fight quickly enough for them. Povrix do get eliminated though, and even though Reed went down, the rest of Oxygen clean up the pieces and start to find momentum. But here come Tom Young Kung, looking to take advantage of the fight that's broken out, but have Oxygen managed to reset in time? I didn't realise it could be a threat as well. There's just those extra lingering players that makes this very difficult to try and navigate, because in one door, you find one team, you go out of the next, and suddenly there's a surprise waiting for you as it's ring around the rosies in the moment. Well, here's another fight, and it's going to be Dark Zero versus Complexity by the looks of things, and Complexity going to be swept aside. Complexity fall in 14th position. Dark Zero once again controlling this bridge, and this is going to be a real test of Dark Zero in this lobby. They have a long way to rotate. They've got a lot of teams to go through. Back to the battle of Fragment at the moment. That's a beautiful spray with the R9. One of the worst feelings when you just feel it absolutely shredding you right from behind. And unfortunately, it's just going to have to be just asking the teammates to try and do something to save you. But it's not going to happen. Tom Young Kung now own this building, but they're still trying to find those last remaining players. That 1v3 does not look like a fun one to be. But the Arkstar could make a difference. Oh, he got stuck, and now there might be an opportunity to break him, or to try to do what he can. But here comes the rest of the support from the team, and Tom Young Kung clean house. Dark Zero eliminated in the meantime, and it was FaZe, I believe, who took them down. Realize also fallen, and I mentioned how this shift has affected so many teams, almost a fake prediction of where they thought the game was going to be going, and now they're all feeling the effects of it. FaZe Clan, who need, similarly to the likes of Fnatic, etc., we were talking about earlier, they need wins on the board here on World's Edge in there to find themselves in the winners bracket. Ooh, they are capable of it before the head goes down. I don't know whether they're going to be able to get it back up. They might have to play this back as a 2, as it will be finished off as TSM are just being a nuisance as Oxygen Esports also go down, and TSM are just having a field day here from height. I mentioned how this height is so important for these kind of zones, not just if it pulls out to where we thought it was going to, but even if it pulls back to where we are going to, because you can just pepper shots down from that high ground, and that's exactly what TSM are doing right now. Sentinel's still alive though, looking to clean a little bit of space in front of them. The black hole's going to go down. Is it going to connect for big damage? Yes, it is. Grateful gets that entry damage and gets a knock as well. Northampton have been eliminated. And you have to say that Sentinels are in a fantastic position for this endgame. Yeah, Sentinels have poised themselves very well here, and they've been well aware of their surroundings to make sure they don't allow anyone to just creep up on them. Dojo, after that initial win down in the southwest at Thermal, they're still alive as well. Trying to make sure they can ensure their place in the winners bracket. Enemies doing a job here with the R99. It's Force 36 are eliminated. TSM eliminated as well. The Dojo, who needed this game, who wanted to have this game where they get points on the board, followed up by kills. It's always been the perfect game for them so far, Dan. Winning the contest and then going forward on the rotate, finding their way to zone, and picking up yet more KP alongside. And with that KP, that sends Dojo to an overall of 102 points. Now, for me, that's a good cutoff. That's what we're expecting. likes of Dojo, they're going to have to do it as a team. Do not reload your gun. Do not pop any meds. Do not breathe. Do not breathe. No bodily functions for the remaining members of FaZe Clan. Dojo, though, confidence, you can see it in the way that they're just walking forward at the moment. There is a care package in front of them. Have to wonder what's going to be inside that, and it's going to help them towards the end game. Designed for, though, with the wingman in his hands. One of my favourite players to watch with the wingman. He's always dinking away at those shields, and if he hits a headshot, it's usually the trigger to go. Slow down and Threx. Still trying to stay alive, still trying to avoid everything, but there's a couple of teams above them. Enemy goes down. That's not going to be good for Dojo now. They try and get the smoke down, try and get a little bit of cover. Everything from Timmy being thrown here to get some sort of support to try and get back to 3. A lot of utility being used by teams, understandably so, as we enter our top 5. Timmy's going to have time to reset here. Does have the smokes. He's going to have to shoot across here to help out his teammates survive. Timmy now left on his own. Hugging the care package and hoping it's going to be enough to give him the care to get towards his endgame. Slides away for a second. Can he survive? The answer is no. Dojo eliminated. We're down to 4, and FaZe have somehow taken the high ground. This is great for FaZe because they can now get another team. Go next, eliminated. 3 squads remaining, and FaZe still have this fight. It's Optic Gaming, FaZe, and Sentinels left here. Optic in right position. Sentinels down on that low ground, a shift of positions. We saw Sentinels up on height just a few moments ago, but they tried to clear out that side of the zone, and by doing so, gave this height up to FaZe. The ultimate's going to come in from Bangalore, though, designed to try and force FaZe off of that high ground. FaZe just eat it up. They don't want to give up this high ground, as Optic just wait on that low ground for any kind of fight to break out. FaZe should be able to do Optic a favour, and Sentinels maybe actually looking to push the agenda. Perhaps they've sensed that it's just the 2 above them. They'd rather just wipe them out now and give themselves a fair 3v3, and they will push the inside down forwards, but so does RKN. And now this should open things up for Optic, but they've got to climb, they've got to go up, and they've got a Horizon. Horizon with the Q. And now they just send it in. It should be a simple finish to this game as FaZe are eliminated. Sentinels versus Optic. Big spray coming in from Skittlecake, but he will go down as well. The finishing pieces should be picked up though by Nobs. And Optic Gaming win your first game here on World's Edge. And just at the right time, with the elimination bracket and the winners bracket to be decided. And Optic Gaming again just further solidifying themselves in that winners bracket with a victory and showing that they are real, genuine competitors at the ALGS Championships, because that is multiple victories we've now seen them have across the first 2 days. Get the Green Wall fans in the building, because Optic certainly are a team we have to keep an eye on. Yeah, I think one of the 4 teams coming into the event. Now, I've got to say that the performance yesterday was somewhat surprising to me. We know the group sometimes can throw spanners in the works when you've got people contesting on different drops. You've got people rotating in a way that maybe they didn't do in scrims, whatever it might be. But for Optic, I think they are certainly a shark in the water and an underdog, not just to get to those grand finals, but maybe to get their hands on that trophy as well. I think that's what we've learned in these first 2 days at the ALGS Championship, is that even though a lot of the conversation is around Dark Zero and TSM, quite rightly so, for their victories and the only land victories, but there seems to be a good 10 squads that have been finding wins that we just start to think, well, you know what, if they have a day on that Sunday, there's no reason why they couldn't be lifting that trophy and suddenly taking all the Hornets at the Championships, the biggest tournament of them all, with the biggest prize pool. Let's take a look at the final circle from our 4th game of the series, our first one on World's Edge. And again, it's just a sign of discipline. That's what wins you these games in these positions from Optic Gaming. They know that the rest of the lobby is in front of them. They're scoping out, they're scouting out. They knew the position of both Sentinels and FaZe, and you can see here, as soon as damage is going to be starting to be done, it's just the trigger to move in. It's one of those where you're a little bit worried when it's on the high ground, but because Skillcake's playing Horizon, then there's suddenly all of that worry and any doubt is just left behind. And we see this quite a lot in Apex Legends when you have 3 teams left and you wait for 2 to fight it out, you wait for some damage to be done, and as soon as RKN goes down, that's when it's Optic's time to just get involved in this fight. And of course, it's anonymous votes, they wouldn't have known who was knocked, which player was knocked. They certainly saw 2 knocks happening, and that's when they said, look, let's get involved. Good effort from the rest of the Sentinels players to try and make it competitive. They got down Skittlecake, but it's not going to be enough. The positioning was perfect from Optic Gaming, who find themselves with yet another victory here in the championship. So say a pretty satisfying final kill as well from Nox, just whipping the 30 out. A little bit of hit fire connects immediately. 1 out of 1 bullet, all that was required to turn that game into a win. But there's always the step before, isn't it? We after all the carnage that went down, that wasn't in that position to even third party and have the opportunity to go forward with that game. But also Optic chose that position very early on as well. They were right there in the center area. I said there's going to be a lot of open space. There's not many buildings to really kind of hunker down in. Wow, I went very West Country there. Hunker down? You do when you get tired. Maybe it's just me. Maybe not you spend in England. The West Country starts to come through. But yeah, Optic had a very early position there. And they made it count. It's one of those things where we see teams try and reside in those positions time and time again, and they'll get bullied off that spot. But Optic held strong. Yeah, they certainly did indeed. And the leaderboards obviously will shift and will change. And I think it's good news almost for the bubble teams when you see one team that's in the qualification spot take the game away with some decent KP, because it doesn't really affect the standings around that qualification spot in 20th place. So even though it's like, unfortunately, don't win the game, if you're not the team, if it's not one of your, say, competitors in that bubble winning the game, then you can refocus and you can think about games 5 and 6 being the ones that can be yours. Yeah, just to give you an idea of the teams that have most likely qualified, just as we look at the match score results and we get confirmation. Optic Gaming, 20 points for them, but Sentinel's picking up a big 19. 12 points for FaZe. It's a start. It's still doable going into match 5 and 6, but they need to catch teams like J-Lings, for example, who were holding out one of those winners bracket spots a little bit earlier when we saw how they were performing. And also Pioneers, they were in 20th at 91 points, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I'm imagining that J-Lings on 98, 100 Thieves on 97, those are the two teams that are next in jeopardy. Those are the next ones that are going to be targeted here by all of these teams in the lobby that want to try and find their way to the winners bracket. One thing that worries me though is Alliance, right? I mean, losing the contest, now they've got 2 games where they're essentially relying on having absolute bangers to get themselves into that winner's side of the bracket. It's a tough situation to be in, right? Knowing that you're going to be contested for the next 2 games as well, because why wouldn't Dojo? They just won the first one. They put good points on the board in a zone that wasn't favourable to them. You know Dojo are coming once again. I think what's more concerning for Alliance is they don't even need bangers, but they just need some points. And if they are denied game after game here through 5 and 6, they will fall short. They are at the moment 1 point behind the cutoff, and if they don't find a couple of points, they're not going to even have that chance. So they need to win one of the contests here against Dojo. Otherwise, you might be seeing Alliance in that elimination bracket. Yeah, an impressive 10-kill game coming in from Sentinels to take that second place as well. Those points certainly do stack up. I'm pretty sure coming into this, the Sentinels were overall in 20th position, so it's before the group started. So good performance from Sentinels in this game number 5 might just take the pressure off their shoulders and relax them a little bit more than they were coming into this set. But Optic, I just want to talk about them a little bit more. Not enough people are talking about Optic Gaming and what they are set out to achieve in this tournament. Yeah, I think Optic Gaming are just an incredible fighting team. So when they get a circle like that they can play so early and other teams have to come to them, they're always going to be in a good spot. I will give Skittlecake credit every single time I see him on my screen. You're his biggest fan. I think I might be, with just how impressive his career has been and the rise to the top being on this Optic roster. I mean, being on an Optic roster, there's pressure in itself, a massive organisation. These guys living up to the hype here in this series. They're on 41 points at the moment, and that goes towards a total they already had of 89. So as I mentioned earlier, winners bracket already guaranteed. 2 more games to go, and that's how things look. And then you say, hey, what's up, everybody? And now I'm kind of looking at the other end of the table, looking at Fnatic. What's going wrong for Fnatic at the moment? Because it just seems that they're really struggling, not just for place, but to pick up points full stop. Yeah, I think they are dying in very early situations. They're being out-rotated quite often by a couple of other rosters at the moment. And I don't know whether that's just because the pace of the meta has changed a little bit since Split 2 playoffs, and Fnatic haven't quite caught up with that. Or do you think just be moving an extra bit faster and speedier and traversing that map in a way that they can be the teams that hold down? Just hold those choke points. Maybe map 5 is going to be that game for Fnatic. We'll have to wait and see, though. When we get back from this break, we'll have the game for you. Don't go anywhere. The night is almost done here in Birmingham, but not quite yet. 2 more games of Apex Legends to get through here in Birmingham at the ALGS Championships, and we are going to find out who heads to that winner's side of the bracket. And we mentioned that we're in Birmingham as well. We're in Birmingham still, the 4th time as we are here. I mean, it's been a great day here in Birmingham, the ALGS Championships, and it's just going to get better. I mean, this crowd is going to get bigger. The games are going to get even better as well, but we have to send some teams into the elimination bracket. And we have the privilege, or I guess it's not really a privilege, it's might be that way, to send those teams in these final 2 matches. Match 5 and 6 is coming our way, and tell you what, it's crunch time. A lot of these teams now are starting to struggle to find those points. I was going to say, you can send teams to the elimination bracket, and I'll send them to the winner's side. I'll be the good guy, you can be the bad guy for once. Usually it's flipped around. Yeah, and that doesn't seem fair. But I can give you the lay of the land and tell you, Gordon, how things are sitting at the moment. In 20th position is Pulverex on 92 points. They have just surpassed Pioneers, which is bad news for Pioneers fans. That means they're done. That means they'll be in the elimination bracket. Ahead of them, Tom Youngkung on 94, 100 Thieves on 97. So remember, they're not playing right now. Jay Lings on 98. So both Jay Lings and 100 Thieves are the 2 teams who are not playing, that are watching on and hoping teams will not surpass them. I'll keep you updated as best as I can when teams reach them, but we're back at Thermal Station. It's Alliance versus Dojo round 2. You can take a little bit of damage off the rip as well, and he's going to fall once more. So Timmy for the Dojo with the opening pick. Now they just need to play tight, need to play together, and make sure that they don't get the free pick given away to them. Alliance kind of split a little bit differently on their drop this time around, trying to avoid essentially getting that first blood against them. But again, it's the Dojo, not just the first pick, but complete control of the high ground as well here, Dan. This is the worst possible situation for Alliance. Dojo at the moment, as I mentioned earlier, 16th position, 102 points. They should be good. So this fight is more important for Alliance, who are outside of those top 20 spots. They need points. They need to be surviving this contest. Well, it's not looking good because Effect is down as well. And Hackis, well, they know where he is. The shield crack comes in, and Timmy says, boys, he's over there. Go chase him down. It's just a matter of finding that last remaining player, as Alliance likelihood is they will fall here again at Thermal Station. Now, I will say, I don't think it would be the end of the world if Alliance were to be in that elimination bracket tomorrow. You have to imagine that they've been practicing with Mandy coming into this tournament. Now Effect is back, probably hasn't been playing much this last week. I actually wouldn't mind an elimination bracket run if I was actually talking about this in the green room with Gino. I think it was, and I think it might, like you say, it might be a really good thing for them just to get more practice under their belt, start to feel comfortable again, and also go through and get a few games where the Dojo aren't in their group and they're going to be contested on World's Edge. But I think it's an interesting dichotomy, isn't it? Because you don't ever want to be in the elimination bracket. You want to get to the grand finals as quickly as you can and as successfully as you can. But with what they've had to go through, it's understandable if Alliance gets stronger and stronger through that elimination bracket. And also with extra points, you can't get any extra points going into the grand final from the elimination side. You can only get it from the winner's side. So of course you would prefer to do that way. However, it would go against the narrative of Alliance usually being very good in groups and then slightly underperforming when we get towards the championship Sunday. Maybe if they underperform in groups, who knows what might happen on Sunday. Look at you sowing the seeds for Alliance here with a little bit of storyline. I love that from you, Northepton, making their rotate. You can see why they are going where they're going at the moment. It's going to be that high ground around Survey Camp. You would expect that to be where we are going to be finishing this game. MDY White already there. Northepton, we just saw them. Complexity in a great spot as well, which is very, very much home for them, dropping their split between Epic and Survey Camp. Fnatic wrapping all the way to the north side of zone once again, and FaZe's going to have to be aware of that. So FaZe at the moment, who are trailing those top 20 spots by around 15 points, going to have to hope that this could be the game where they can propel themselves up the leaderboards. As for Fnatic, it's a lot to do. It really has to be back-to-back wins here for Fnatic if they are going to find themselves in the winners bracket, but still doable, still possible. Has to start here, and it has to be that comeback story that looks unlikely at the moment, but with a zone like this, they hold the northern tip. Sometimes when you do get these train tracks in this final circle, it can bode well. Hey, like a lot of people in the crowd, I believe in Yuka's supremacy. Have to see if that comes through, and he can really take over a few games alongside Umichan and Matsera. But like you say, it's a tough road for Fnatic, but it's still a road they can walk. Elsewhere, you can see Oxygen Esports. They're doing a little bit of crafting at the moment. They're going to be approaching Skyhook in a few moments' time as Tommy and Kong are just ahead of them on their rotate. Elsewhere, though, we've got a fight breaking out, and it's Sentinels who are involved. Sentinels who more than likely have secured their winners bracket places, but would like to unsecure it for some other teams, and it is going to be the opener as well. Come from Teufel. They'll get that finish, so Sentinels making sure that they assert their dominance anywhere they may be on the map, but certainly in the surrounding areas of Epicenter, they're going to get a lot of neighbours. So just create as much space as possible is good as Aurora on their rotation. They're going to be meeting potentially another squad here. And I think are going to be close by as well. They had a little bit of gunfire going down, and they were like, hey, we can get a few KP out of this. Elsewhere, you can see the Dark Zero. They're finding their way towards Survey Camp as well, but having arrived, they found that there's quite a few people already at the inn, so they're going to have to just retreat for a few seconds and think about what their next move's going to be. Dark Zero looking to just go into the winners bracket as the #1 team as well. They do lead it in the overalls with 166. Blackhand only behind them by 7, but of course Blackhand have already played their game. So Dark Zero looking in really good stead, being the favourites going into that winners bracket. Not looking too good here though. Have to find somewhere to heal up. Sentinels decide to rotate away because they know they've got an engagement to win here against Pulverex. They've got to finish this off. They did get that first knock a few moments ago. They know it's a 3v2 situation, but can they convert? That's the question. The honor here is hitting, but not quite hard enough here from Zanai. He's able to just get away temporarily, get those shields back. They're not getting too desperate for kills, but they probably can. If they want to get desperate, they can play it whichever way they want, but you also want to practice and making sure you are in the best position as possible. You are locked and loaded, ready to go in the winners bracket tomorrow. The Pulverex, very different story for them. We mentioned 20th position. They are the bubble team. They are the target for a lot of these squads. They could do with a few extra points, but what a performance has been. 36 points in this set. Well, one thing I will say about Pulverex, as we know, and they're about to ruin what I'm about to say, because Saku just took a lot of damage. Any team knows how to play as a duo. It's going to be Pulverex, right? I mean, they played an entire tournament as a duo, and they really gained a lot of traction in the Apex Legends community for what they were able to achieve. But it's F-Champ left on his own now. Can he do something magical for Pulverex in this game? I mean, I remember a lot of F-Champ moments back then, and I'm sure he can do it again as Dark Zero. Yet another engagement for them. Complexity on the other side there. Another team are struggling a little bit with points. Maybe this could be the Kickstarter, though, as it's good damage with the R99. That's going to be Zainu and Jim burnt down. Zero on his own. Dark Zero eliminated by Complexity. So no points really for Dark Zero in this game. One of the first two teams who are out, but Complexity, I mentioned how this is their home ground. This is a zone they will know so well. Well, coming out of that, taking down Dark Zero in a straight 3v3 has got to feel good. It would have to be, again, similarly to Fnatic, back-to-back wins really for Complexity. Big ones as well if they want to find themselves in the winners bracket, but it's going to be a confidence builder taking down Dark Zero, that's for sure, as Oxygen Esports making their rotation. Now, there was a lot of expectations on Oxygen Esports coming into this tournament, and rightly so. An amazing split 2 performance, but they haven't really matched that as of yet. As for Tom Youngkung, maybe overachieving in terms of what we expected from them, but they deserve every all-in that they get because they've been playing insane every single day so far. Should be safer now as well. Nobody really in the vicinity. You can see that they're kind of a little bit aware that there might be a few teams rotating in, maybe from Monument, where Sentinels actually are at the moment. The Complexity have got to be careful here as well. They tried to approach Survey Camp once again. Some unfriendly neighbours, though, putting down a little bit of damage for them. Monsoon, he got a little bit of help on his way down from a grenade. They should be safer now. Nobody really close enough to challenge Complexity here as they just reset, refocus, and think about what the next play is going to be. The team I am wondering how they're going to make their rotations phase up towards Climatizer. They still haven't really moved. I imagine they will try and take this northern side off of Fnatic, who have been holding it for quite some time. Complexity, they should be safe for now at Epicenter, but they will be joined because the circle is still moving north, so all these southern teams are going to have to join them. Now, this is phase what I was talking about. They're still just chilling, happy Acclimatizer, but they are going to be forced in ever so slightly on this northeastern side. And if Fnatic do catch a whiff of it, there could be a little fight happening on the northern tip. But I think Fnatic, they focus their attention so much towards the train tracks where Aurora are that FaZe might be able to scamper in unnoticed. One thing that's impressive here about Fnatic is the position they managed to get, and also the info they're going to get that there's a couple of white shielded players on FaZe coming towards them. That's a double armor check now. One white, one blue. Fnatic are going to be looking at this and thinking, I don't think you really want to take this fight, FaZe, because we have a strong position up on this rock. Just as I said, they might scamper in unnoticed. Suddenly you've got whips around and spots them. There's not going to be an easy move for FaZe now. They're going to have to try and think of a hold a solid position. Looks like maybe they're thinking about getting aggressive here. It's TSM on the other side. Drop having to be friendly with his crate for a few seconds while it pops the battery. Instead of taking on the team on the height in the open, decides that just rotating on this low ground with natural cover and terrain is a much smarter play to make. The Sky's making their rotate into climatizer as well, just off screen at the moment. But TSM and Optic, they're creeping up on each other here. Oh, and now they definitely know they're close. Yeah, and now Dropped is going to be laying down the law. Rolling Thunder comes through as well as Dark Veil. So all of the tools being used for Optic to try and either engage or just try and surpass TSM, but they really want to push up on the pit. Yeah, you see, they're just trying to force them back at the moment, and that Rolling Thunder is certainly going to help them do that, just so they can creep into zone. And then maybe they can take a little bit more time to take this 3v3 engagement. Drop does have the digi-threat. He's also sending a frag grenade up into the skies. Now the question is it going to be a golden one? It doesn't look like it is for now. TSM have played this one very careful, not taking any risks in the moment, more than welcoming Optic Gaming to just shadow them for a little bit. We do see Luda getting a knock onto rep, so they were trying to back off, but now we see other teams getting involved. Certainly do. It's going to be complexity. Monsoon poking, but Monsoon being taught a lesson. You can't poke against Verholst. He gets rigged down, and now Reps tries to move in. TSM though, all of a sudden this is getting a little bit risky. It's all down to Imperial Hell, 142, but Optic are just looking at this and waiting to pick up the pieces. TSM down as Optic move in to surely finish off complexity. Yeah, that's a shame for complexity. They probably thought their luck was in, where they're able to get that initial knock, not knowing and maybe fearing that someone else could arrive, but it was Optic Gaming who arrived. That's complexity eliminated, and that might be their chances of the winner's bracket dying with them. Optic Gaming continue to show why they're a real threat. I mean, Optic are looking like such a strong fighting team. I mean, we know that, right? But in previous tournaments, sometimes we've just seen, for whatever reason, the chemistry has felt a little bit off in those 3v3s. Well, Optic look like a well-oiled fighting machine in this lobby, especially, and certainly through today's action. But we also have to remember, in terms of like how many LANs some of these squads have played together, it's often only one or two, but you learn a lot from LAN as Oxygen are going to get pushed on here. Vayne has to back off. Does a pretty good job of it, though. Let's be real. He's got that digi-threat as well, so he'll be able to fire back through the smoke, but Vayne escapes. Much easier to do that on mouse and key than it is on controller. Turn that fast to get out of there. I'm just saying, Mark, that's what you need to do. And I know you like to play on low, and that's fine. It's acceptable. So do the pros. Optic Gaming, they just seem to be confidently pushing into anyone at the moment, and I'm not really surprised with how they've been playing so far today, but they still have to move on this southern side of Epicenter. Oxygen are going to basically mirror them on the other side. Sentinels are going to be the team in Epicenter, maybe holding out a few of these squads here. The one team who's bang center zone at the moment is Go Next. We haven't even mentioned them yet. You can forgive us for that, coming into this lobby 29th place, I believe. The Sky's taking a little bit of damage themselves, but in the kill feed again, you can see Koiful picking up one for Sentinels. FaZe though, who have been here for so long inside a climatizer, trying to fight their way out of it at the moment. Because they can see where that zone's going, they know they will not be safe. And the problem for FaZe is they've never been in a position to do damage in this game, being hunkered down in climatizer, so they're still left with 2 whites and a blue. They're going to hope and pray that a third-party opportunity presents itself that they can swoop in and clean up easily, so they get some shield swaps and get upgraded without having to do the work themselves. Yeah, they've just been slowly walking up a little bit further in climatizer because they were held out by Fnatic. They can't afford to cross that open ground because they know Fnatic are there. Now, it's the Sophie you were talking about. This is where Go Next reside. And you're right, we haven't spoken too much about Go Next. They are 23 points off the cutoff at the moment. That's still achievable, though. If they have a circle like this and everyone starts to come towards them, it's definitely winnable, but you still have to do it in match 6 as well. It's now down at Epicenter. This is where Optic are starting to get involved. There's Realize and take it down. Sentinels are above them, but Optic looks like they're wise to it. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight here because you also have Oxygen Esports working their way down from the high ground. So everybody who's in this little area under the central structure of Epicenter is going to be pretty mindful that they can't engage without having a guaranteed knock or certainly guaranteed damage where they can escape from. Sentinels are going to plan how to leave though, and if they drop from the high ground, it's only Koiful with the Horizon passive who's going to be able to land and shoot almost immediately. So jumping the grab lift down may be a really smart play, and that's exactly what they do. Sentinels, wow, good damage from the Arcade tonight, but not enough because Arcade's taken so much, and now Koiful is left on his own, and he's hoping probably that Oxygen want to get involved in this one on the other side and maybe hold Optic back. Skillgate takes down Arcade again. Optic's still very much ahead in this fight, but Oxygen are still not getting involved in the fight because this is far riskier for Oxygen. Optic and Sentinels can play a little bit more
So Koifu was the last player alive for Sentinels. They're out of the lobby. We're down to 13. And Optic with this smoke might be able to reset pretty comfortably.
We've got 7 teams outside of the circle, and this circle is closing. All these guys on the western side are going to have to try and force themselves in. Dojo, Oxygen, Aurora, Gamali Otazan, North Action, MUI White, E36. They all have to move at the same time. It is not going to be pretty in this kill feed.
Gamali Otazan just thinking KP, KP, KP. Forget about getting to zone. We know we're not going to be able to really survive. We've got to clear this side. But they can't quite connect with these shots. The headlock's going to come out instead. It's a little bit windy, but snaps on. When needed, Yogi moving forward now. North Action eliminated. And even though the zone is a problem, they might be able to just about get inside, but no. Gamale Artisan will be eliminated. The zone doing so much damage.
Optic Gaming also got forced into Tom Young Kung. They're currently fighting right now, but it is still going towards go next. As Fnatic on this northwestern side have been holding this rock for so long as Optic Gaming do get eliminated, but still fine. They're still consistent. It's Oxygen, really. You have to do something. As Fate connects with the Kraber.
Someone go and get that bullet back out of his belly button because that needs to be reloaded and used again. That was a beautiful shot coming in from Vayne. Can't quite connect with the 30-30 though. Smokes are going to go down, and with the reload and the Kraber, Vayne is feeling hungry for more.
And that's like with the teams left, who importantly needs points. Oxygen, FaZe, Fnatic. They all need big games here in match number 5 to give them a chance of getting that.
Well, how about FaZe, right? I mean, they kind of crept their way into this endgame. They have barely had an engagement, barely had a position to fight against. And they're still involved. And speaking of Fnatic, they are also still here. They are winning the fight. Yuka Supremacy might still be something we can talk about because we mentioned that Fnatic need to win back-to-back games to have a chance of going to the winner's side. It's looking like they may be in a position to do that now.
Oxygen are also pushing up on Tom Young Kung, and it looks like it's going all right, but Vane's just been taken down. And as I say it, though, Tom Young Kung eliminated, so Oxygen have won that fight on the southern side. Oxygen still alive. Fnatic and FaZe also on the northern tip are alive. By the way, Disguise still alive on the eastern side as well. They've been very quiet this game.
FaZe finally up to blues. That's good news for them. Maybe a fighting chance in a 3v3. But this passive playstyle has worked well for them up until this point. As we jump over for Fnatic, they need this more than anyone. Let's jump into the comps with Fnatic. The comps with the win of the fight. Fnatic still alive here, Dan. And picking up KP alongside it.
Yeah, really bad news. Go next, go down. And now we see FaZe also fall. They're the next team to get knocked out of this lobby. Fnatic down to 2, but might be able to get the revive. It's Oxygen Esports, Disguise, and Fnatic. Now, Oxygen, yes, they've got a lot to do. As for Disguise,
Disguise are walking up on this.
Disguise want to do this. They want to get involved.
They're walking up on this, but that might have been a mistake, Lou. Because you're going against Yuka, and he doesn't miss very often.
Great damage coming out of the Eva 8, and now just trying to use the natural cover that's available. But now we see Disguise. They re-engage, but Fnatic, they're holding strong.
Uberchat gets the armor swap, though. Can he win this fight? Can he look for the KP on the down players? That's the question. Fnatic will be eliminated. Disguise survived, but it just opens the door for Oxygen Esports to finally announce themselves here in Birmingham.
Oxygen Esports keep their winners bracket dreams alive as they start to get a little bit closer to those top 20 positions. And how important could it be that they beat Disguise to it? Disguise were about 7 points off of the top 20. Things are getting really close around that benchmark in that 20th position. This is going to be terrifying going into match number 6.
We're very lucky that we're privileged to be able to cast this final game that's coming up in just a few moments, because my goodness, it is going to be a bloodbath here in Birmingham. For Oxygen Esports, though, confidence restored, belief restored, a big win when you needed it the most. Well, they just got it on the main stage.
And it's so impressive how disciplined they were throughout that game. They were on that southern side. They could have got involved in the fight when Optic and Sentinels were scrapping
to say the power of the Kraber. We always talk about it, right? We saw Vayne, he was able to pick a few players up. We also saw Aiden pick up the Kraber out of nowhere in the kill feed, and then he managed to clear a path for Oxygen to move towards that end zone. But it was Fnatic on the northern side of the zone, clearing everything out, so close to turning that fight on its head as well. But they do secure a top 3 position with some good KP alongside it. The question is, does it leave them with enough room to maybe make a run in this final game? And this just gets even more worrying for teams like 100 Thieves and J-Lings watching on, hoping that they've done enough to get into that winner's bracket. Because if teams who are further outside of the top 20 continue to score points, it's more likely that we would see J-Lings and 100 Thieves knocked down into that elimination bracket. And that's what Oxygen Esports want to achieve, as do Disguise, who are also there on the brink. But for Oxygen, you mentioned it, it was that Kraber that gave them the confidence to push into several fights. They had this kind of western side, and then they heard all that gunfire that was going down. And again, as it so often always is, it's about just trying to time it perfectly, making sure that you engage at the right time. You don't push too soon. They get the information that phaser down, so now they're suddenly thinking, okay, is there more gunfire? Yes, there is. Let's make sure we're well equipped. We've got the utility, we're full shields, and then we'll start to push up. 2 shots on the Kraber. Plenty of light ammo to play with in the final battle as well. And like you say, as soon as that knock comes in there from Yuga, you know that's the trigger for Oxygen Esports to move up, take the high ground of this building, and just survey what should be an easy win for them. No pressure really on Oxygen in those final moments. It's all about discipline. We've talked about it so many times today in these situations now, but Oxygen showing as well that they've got that in the tank. So much information they gathered from Bloodhound as well. Reed's able to just get that scan as Oxygen put 23 more points on the board, which could do them absolute wonders. I believe that will put them up to around 88, which would have them about 6 points off top 20. Very doable. Very, very doable. But again, there are other teams they are competing with. It's not as simple as surpassing a point system here. You have to make sure you also beat the teams that are trying to race you there. Match 5 is done and dusted. ANC is not disappointed. And now we go to the final game of group play. This is going to be ridiculous. But Alliance, I think they've got to be looking at the elimination bracket now. That's 2 contests, both lost to the Dojo. And that might be the difference between Alliance going to the elimination bracket and the Dojo going to the winner's side. Alliance, they're on 90 points and Oxygen on around 88. So 2 teams who are very close to the top 20, but 2 very different stories. And for Alliance, it's as simple as that. They have to win the contest against Dojo in this match 6. Otherwise, they will be going to that elimination bracket. 0 points in both matches 4 and 5. Dojo winning that one is so important for them, but it is going to be scary times for Alliance in match 6. I mean, scary times for Alliance for the Dojo as well. If they win the contest, it's not just winning the fight, is it? It's the fact that you get the KP, which is feeling pretty good as well. Just got a little thumbs up from Zyko as well. See where passes that. You guys are talking about the right stuff right now. But Oxygen Esports, here's some stats from that match 5 from them. 11 kills, 11 assists. All the plays were points you could possibly want. Good damage dealt from them as well. Yeah, the stats can tell you a lot, but I think it was the positioning, it was the discipline from Oxygen Esports. They really won them that game, and the calls were absolutely perfect from them. And it now gives them a chance of potentially getting into the winner's bracket after match 6. It's doable for Oxygen Esports. Who's doing it? Who's going through? Worried about Alliance, I will say. Who's going through? Oh, I think Oxygen are going to do it. I think they might make it in. Okay, I love that call. And Oxygen obviously feeling pretty good after what we just saw in that last game. But it's got to be eyes on. Have we ever had a contest which is so important in a final game of groups that could decide what team goes to the winner's bracket? I certainly can't remember it. I mean, often we've had contests happening because people want to eliminate another team to get them off of their drop spot. But this is just a drop spot situation where it's been happening all week long, or we expected it to happen. It was doing it in scrims, and now it happens here in tournament play. I think the Dojo, after 2 successful wins, they're going to be more than confident. And also, Dojo don't really have anything to lose with the amount of points they've been able to secure so far. It is all Alliances to lose in that contest. We've got some more stats for you to bring up as well, and the leaderboard action for you to show. Essentially, what you've got to be keeping your eyes on as we head in towards our final game here. This is ANC. This is how it stands at the moment with 1 game to go. Optic Gaming on the top of the leaderboards, 53 points for them. Sentinels just in behind them with 49, but we were looking at the bubble teams coming in. Oxygen, that win is massive for them. 40 points now puts them in 4th position. Polarex as well, good points from them. Yeah, Optic guaranteed the winner's bracket. Sentinels should be going to win 2 as well. They are right on the teetering edge of top 20. It is really crunch time now for a lot of these squads. There are a few outsiders that with a huge game, with a win plus kills, could still maybe be a surprise package into the winners bracket. What's your calculator saying about Fnatic's chances? Very unlikely. I think if you type that into the calculator, it probably says too many people, please try again. It's just going to be error code happening. Fnatic, they are leaving themselves too much to do in match number 6. It would probably have to be a record-breaking game to find themselves in the winners bracket. Well, we wait for match number 6 to get underway. You're probably thinking, why do those players look so comfortable? Well, we the people, he's got the answer for you.
What up, everybody? I am here at the forum, and I have one of the coolest things to show you guys. So Herman Miller, an official partner of the ALGS, is hooking up the winners with a custom chair. So not only are they walking away with $600,000, but they are walking away with something that you cannot get unless you become a world champion of Apex. So this is also part of your passport. So if you want to win some free prizes, you got to come down, take a picture, but that's not all. So the most important thing that they are all fighting for is not only a chance at glory, but a chance to be holding this trophy up at the end of the championship on Sunday. On day one, I said one shot, one opportunity. Seize everything they've ever wanted, one moment. Will they capture it, or just let it slip? So casters, back to you to see who captures that moment.
Thank you so much, peeps, and I've got to say that it's got something kind of special, isn't it, right? The custom Herman Miller you get if you take that trophy home. A beautiful, beautiful, it's almost artistic, it's almost antique, it's not antique, it's brand new. Bad word, brand spanking new. One day it could be an antique, should be an antique. Valuable, make sure you keep it pristine. Like an antique. Also impressed that I'm going to stop speaking. He used Eminem lyrics during that little video there, so hats off to him, or well, hats on to him, should I say. We haven't seen things without one yet, but I tell you what, we're going to get one off him as this week goes on. But match 6 is almost locked and loaded. We've already mentioned where our eyes will be focused right at the start of the game. It's Alliance versus Dojo. It means far more for Alliance here. If they want to get into the winners bracket, they have to win this contest. Now, for Dojo, it's about making sure that Thermal Station will be theirs in that winners bracket. They would or should have it for free. Probably one of the most important contests we're going to see in quite some time. Between a team who has essentially owned the POI for so long and the team of upstarts. That's what we like to call the Dojo. Not afraid to take the fight and certainly not afraid to cause an upset. Auction and Esports on your screen. They were the winners of game number 5. We're into the character select screen. One more game here in Birmingham and our bracket team will reset. This is going to be a brilliant match 6 because these last few places in the winners bracket still firmly up for grabs. There's what, like 8 teams that can still push themselves into that winners bracket as well. This is going to be pretty nuts. For those watching on, the likes of Jay Lings and 100 Thieves who are still waiting eagerly to see whether they will hold on to those winners bracket spots, I'm sure they've lost their nails by now. Well, here we go then, everybody. The last game of group play. It's live and the dropship is flying. The legends are selected. And there's only one thing to focus on at the start of this game. All eyes on Thermal Station. All eyes on the Dojo. All eyes on Alliance. This can decide the fate of who goes through to that winners bracket. And I tell you what, it's the perfect time for a listening to start the game and jump into the comms with Alliance. Definitely against those wrong. I'm not in coach here, I'm not in coach here. What are you, right? What are you guys? Alliance has no gun, Alliance has no gun. Come here, get up there again. What? Back here on me. Yeah, that's right. So I'm going to put my goal down. There you go, you have that, you win. I'm outside, yeah. Like that one. One is good, right? Can we kill the guy in the base? Can we kill the guy in the base? That's one jumping. One is good. Okay. He's on the video somewhere. He's running platform. Can we do it together? Yeah. We got him. Coming.
question, right? 21 flash, 1 HP. We're fucking doing next. Yeah.
Alliance win the contest. The dojo will fall, and Alliance's chance of the winners bracket is still alive.
That puts Alliance into 21st position, 1 point away from top 20, 1 point behind Disguised, who currently hold that 20th position. J-Lings and 100 Thieves still are in 18th and 19th at the moment on 98 and 97 points. But with all of these following teams still with the potential to overtake them, Alliance, Pulverex, Oxygen, FaZe, they can all be able to jump and leapfrog them as we get a circle which looks somewhat similar to what we've just seen, but it is going to be ever so slightly more northeast, and maybe will favour Sentinels who are on that eastern side.
Very, very similar zone to what we've seen pretty much in the last 2 zones. Yeah. So teams will be expected to take up very, very similar positions as you would expect if you've won a game recently. If you're Optic Gaming, if you're Oxygen Esports, you're probably thinking, oh, cool, okay, we're going to go a long way, but we've already proved that we can do it here. Pulverex on their way to Fragment at the moment. Dark Zero just ahead of them.
So for Alliance, who have to go all the way from Thermal Station, they don't just have to get a couple of kills and that'll be it, that'll be enough. They need to outplace or outfrag Disguise, Pulverex, and Oxygen. We're going to see some hearts broken, I think, here on the main stage, because there are some squads who probably think they would have done enough as Dark Zero are getting aggressive.
Yeah, they know there's only 2 players left because jum'at got the info, but one was still trying to cross at the back, so Dark Zero want to try and press this advantage. If someone peeks in, that might be the knock. Flash all over the place, but nobody on their back quite yet.
Plenty of players in and around Fragment and Monument at the moment as they're all making their rotation through to this northeast side.
Dark Zero, they're just on the hunt right now
as Jet Burton rips through the shields of Taku. That will be an easy finish afterwards as Zero also gets one too. Dark Zero playing ruthless at the moment.
Ruthless is kind of, I think, the perfect way to summarize what Dark Zero's performance has been so far here in Birmingham. Elsewhere, TSM, surprise, surprise. The macro looking the same as Sentinels. Well, they're finding out for themselves. Go next have been eliminated in the meantime. TSM looking to clean up the damage that they've started here on set.
That's confirmation. Go next will be in the elimination bracket. Their chances are gone, as we expected, after their unfortunate early exit in that final circle just in match number 5. As TSM, I can hear their comms here from the caster booth, let alone what the audience might be able to hear with their shouting and screaming, but Complexity also getting loud at the moment, trying to win this again.
Oh, Moxie goes down, no! The Peacekeeper inside of the bubble now turning this fight around. MDY White, get that first knock, and you just felt like Moxie, you had a guaranteed kill with the amount of damage you've done, but doesn't come through, and now the PK, it's going to come back to haunt you!
Northampton eliminated. MDY White still alive and still with a very outside chance of getting to that winner's bracket, but going down means that this is not going to be good as a 2 against what is now going to arrive very shortly at their doorstep. Sentinels also eliminated in the meantime. Here comes FaZe. They want to get very much involved in this one. See if they can give themselves a chance of getting to that winner's bracket.
5th place overall in the group. 20th and above, all that they're really concerned about at this point, trying to get into that winner's side. Now, how are they looking right now?
Well, they're at 24th at the moment, 88 points. They are, 6 points behind Disguise, so again, achievable. But again, you also have to hope that Disguise don't get any points, right? And this is why it's going to be so difficult. We have about 4 or 5 teams all fighting for just a couple of spots. Unfortunately, they all can't make it. There is not room in this winner's bracket anymore.
I was going to say, FaZe have taken the, I would say, the most nervy position you could possibly have for not only their position on the leaderboard, but also the spot they're trying to hold down, right? That truck is, we know it's a minefield. We know it's so difficult. It's not just difficult to hold down inside, controlling the space around it, it's almost impossible as well, because either side of it is this extreme elevation. So you step out for a second, there's going to be people with 30s, with scouts, whatever it might be, just chipping away. And if you put one step wrong, then you're going to fall on your back. So FaZe have chosen what I might call the path less traveled, or the most difficult path, to try and put themselves in a qualification position. But all power to them, let's see if they can do it.
It's just such a tough spot to try and escape if you do end up getting pressure from either angle. Now we'll see a couple of squads making their move, arriving from Countdown and
not so far away from Realize at Aurora. This is nervy times as Imperial Hal also with the kill feed, making sure he gets a kill. This might well be almost an identical zone to what we saw in our first game on World Edge a little bit earlier. The Optic Gaming managed to win. So Optic will be like, hey, cool, we look like we've got a free Southern rotate at the moment. If they take the same building they did before, we might be speaking about Optic Gaming in that endgame once more. But the team you were talking about in the area that FaZe were holding, I mean, it doesn't look that bad when you look at it in that point of view. We know how bad it feels when you're in that area, but if they can go unnoticed, they can kind of stay quiet a little bit. They might be able to avoid a lot of attention and hope that everyone else starts taking fights, and then maybe that's when they can push out and take a slightly better position on this map. MDY White are the team that are above them. Dark Zero also holding down a spot in epicenter at the moment, and are going to be a real threat with the high ground that they. Zero just causing annoying damage as well, and it's going to be Disguised who are down on that low ground. They're going to have to burn the catwalk just to escape, knowing that there's that extreme high ground that they're going to have to go up against. Dark Zero trying to hunt this down though. You can see that they want to try and get this knock. They're seeing a lot of utility being used, but Disguised actually making a pretty smart play here now, because they knew that that position, it was not a position they're going to be able to survive in for more than a few minutes with Dark Zero looking over. Yeah, I mean, no one really survives very long with Dark Zero looking at them. That is the problem. That's why Dark Zero are just so good at what they do. Now we're going to see Oxygen Esports involved in a scrap, and we know how important this is for Oxygen. GO are eliminated as Oxygen cannot afford to go down here. If they want to be in the winner's bracket, they have to get to the late game. Also, if they hold down this building for the long game, they're in a great position for the end game. Oxygen Esports know this. They're trying to work around this catwalk that's gone down. And now we see the flank come in from Reese. Can he get the knock? The answer is yes. It's enough to get the opener. And I love this. Free position. Re-engage with the teammates and make sure that they're going to be the ones who can just bring that opening damage, and then you get involved yet again. It's bait and switch, and it's very fine. Reese to get a knock, but Reese has taken a lot of damage in this position. The good news for them is nobody's looking to third as yet. Oxygen Esports have managed to reset inside this building on the east side of Fragment. Now they're in a great position and set out for that end game. Oxygen Esports only 4 points away from that top 20 mark at the moment. Just trying to play catch up, but as long as Disguised, Pulverex, Alliance are all alive, it's bad news for Oxygen, as Optic Gaming have found themselves in a very similar spot, which we saw the winner game earlier. Pulverex eliminated in the kill feed, and that means confirmation Pulverex will be in the elimination bracket. Their chances of winners have dissipated with the early exit in 50. And who's taking them out? It's Disguised. Disguised who disengaged a little bit earlier on from Dark Zero have come back to maybe give themselves a chance by taking out that team who was holding down one of those winners bracket positions. That's why you survive in Apex Legends. That's why you don't take every single fight, because you know there's other opportunities. It's a longer game than just the fight in front of you. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Pulverex, who have had such a successful day here today, and it looked like it was a great series for them as well. But unfortunately, some of the heavy hitters around them starting to gain points in these final few games on World Edge, whereas Pulverex just slipped off the pace ever so slightly. Now it means Pulverex will have to face that elimination bracket tomorrow. Now, as for the other teams still in and around, Disguised, Alliance, Oxygen Esports, FaZe, all still with a chance of getting in there. And Alliance, they've given themselves the opportunity. They want the engagement, but now they have to get into the late game. If they just recreated the sit forward meme, did you see that? It's like chilling along and then I get shot time. I get shot time to lean forward. That's exactly what he does. Alliance probably feeling, I was going to say a little bit up and down at the moment, but they did win that contest. They'll get to play some Apex Legends. Oh no! Disguised. Guess who's coming back for you? Is Dark Zero who get the knock. Lou is removed from the game. Now it's up to Xenox and Duplex to maybe do something special. And this is massive for the rest of the lobby. Remember, Disguised hold that 20th position at the moment. If they fall, it opens the door for the likes of Alliance and for the likes of Oxygen. And unfortunately, it's Dark Zero who are the team are chasing them, who are putting in that damage as Disguised are gone. And now they will just have to watch on and hope that the teams below them do not surpass them. But with only 30 squads remaining, you'd imagine that there are going to be teams that will nick that 20th position away from Disguised. But I think maybe, just maybe, it would have to be a big game. But there is still a chance for them. They're approaching the zone from the north side. Realize they're going to be pressuring them from behind. TSM overlooking Fnatic in the meantime as well. This is a tough spot, not just to survive it, but to rotate out of here, especially with FaZe in the carriage just across from them. This is a rough rotate for them. So E36 eliminated, it means they will be in the elimination bracket. You said Fnatic. I mean, I said they need a record-breaking game, and perhaps I overstated a little bit because they are about, 20 points off of the cut at the moment, so still achievable. A victory here, plus kills, and maybe they can find themselves, but it's still a lot to do. As for Tom Young, FaZe are in here! They're getting involved. FaZe are in here! And they've gone down. FaZe still holding strong. FaZe still trying to push their way into the winner's bracket. The dream is very much alive here. In this little crevice that they found themselves in, they hold on strong. I said how it would be a tough game to win from this position. But if you can hold it down, if you can stop the pressure that's going to continually come your way, you are going to be in a pretty good spot to play from. The only problem is the zone is moving away. MDY White under pressure. Complexity eliminated in the meantime as well. It's for you, hit the last player alive now. It's Dark Zero again, who are on a little bit of a tear in this final game. MDY White now eliminated as well. And this is getting difficult for a lot of these teams that are just desperately searching for a couple of kills, a little extra placement point to try and secure their spot in the top 20. As it stands, Alliance have just moved into 20th position. Aurora get eliminated as well. And Alliance are keeping the dream alive of winners bracket. Alliance still alive, realize, alive in the game and looking to clean up some KP. Sanu goes in with a peacekeeper. Can he get the grab window? Can he survive the three-point connect? But the teammates are there to give him the assistance. And Dark Zero's games today are done. They're out of the lobby. They've done enough. We all knew that coming into the final groups here, but realize pick up some important KP. 7 squads remain. That means extra placement points for Alliance, and that guarantees that this guys will be in the elimination bracket. Alliance now do hold 20th spot and will be in the winners bracket if this stays like this. And of course, they are still being chased by a couple of teams. FaZe could still potentially ruin their day. Oxygen Esports could still ruin their day. And you have 7 squads left. There's still a few that could steal away these final positions. What I take away from what you just said is someone is about to have their day ruined. Yes, correct. 100%. One of those teams you mentioned is going to be disappointed
Hold it